finally back with some more stuff. I'm just gonna pull up my stream here real quick. As always, I'd like to have it up on my phone here. Here we go. All right. Well, we're gonna do some Guild Wars 1. I haven't done this in a while. We haven't gone through. I really want to do the continue with the dungeons and stuff. So I'm gonna close these out. All right. So you guys can't. The sound is really low. Do like halfway. It should be good. All right. Let's see. It's been a minute, so let's review what we did. So we're working on a dungeon master dungeon guide. So just so you guys know, once that's finished, I was kind of torn between two different things. I think what I'm gonna do first, once we're done with this, is because I want to do the Guild Wars Beyond stuff, but I wanted to get all the like pets in the menagerie first. So I think I'm gonna do that, and then after that we're gonna start the Guild Wars Beyond stuff, which is like the hearts in the north or something like that. Warren Kryda, and then Winds of Change, right? Those are the like three, and those are pretty big releases as well. And we're actually gonna take this group of the same group that we have right now, these Paragon, and we're gonna take them and we're gonna do that content, which is gonna be kind of difficult. But specifically, Warren Kryda is really cool. I really like it a lot. So I'm a big fan of that. Hi Emily, how are you? Why did that not pop up on my... I don't see it in my multi-stream. I don't know why. Oh, I gotta pull up. By the way, let me pull this up. Speaking of... Pull up my stream on Twitch, because God knows I'm gonna get a bot in here. I need to log in. That's always fun. I hope you guys have been having a good time. Doing pretty good. I will say that I don't know if you guys saw, for those of you that did see it, I'm releasing my... I'm going back to the old way that I did playthroughs on this channel, right? I used to do playthroughs on this channel all the time, and then I swapped over to doing them as streams, and then now I have decided to go back to the old way of doing it, where I... oh, okay, I was gonna say, where I... where I record videos and I release the videos, and that's how I'm doing. I'm doing pretty good. I've been very busy. I need to look at... I didn't even look at this here. Hold on. Oh, why is that so... Wait a minute. Why is that so far? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you. It's gonna make it a little bit smaller. It's not gonna be a huge difference, but I kind of want it to the point where people can read it. All right, there we go. Doing pretty good. I've just been working a lot, and that was one of the reasons as well why I went back to the old way of the old way that I did the playthroughs, right? Like the whole idea. You've been enjoying my Rayman. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's been super fun. I just uploaded. I haven't released them, but I just uploaded 3 more episodes that should be coming out this week, and I recorded another episode earlier that should also be coming out probably sometime this week. So I'm trying to... The thing is that, you know, I wanted to do the playthroughs, right? I wanted to play... I have a list right here. I have a list of stuff that I want to play through. Oh, you guys can't see it because of the thing. But yeah, there's a whole list of things that I want to play through. And the problem was with doing the streams was that, first of all, I, I'm trying to split myself between doing like 75 different things. And the issue also was that when I do the streams of the playthroughs, I need to commit to about 3 to 4 hours at least for any stream, right? Because I don't want to. Is work busy these days? Well, I mean, I guess we're not really in season yet, so our season starts in like October-ish, like mid-October, and goes all the way to May. So we're not in season right now. Peak season for us is January through May. But we get like a little bit of a season between like mid-October to end of December. Um, but we're not quite there yet. So I've just been working a lot. So for those of you, I talked about this earlier. So I don't have a car right now, so I'm having to walk to work. So it's like 2 miles to work, working like 12 hours sometimes 12 hours. I usually work like 10 hours and then walking home for 2 miles. So the problem was that on the days that I work, I can't do streams because I'm just absolutely exhausted. Um, and I can't put away, like I can't sit here for 3 4 hours after work and stream. Like it's just not gonna happen. I'm just too exhausted from it. It's just too much. So I figured one thing that I could do is on the days where I'm not super exhausted, or the days where I don't work doubles, or whatever, that I can record like an episode or two, and I can just release those throughout the week, right? Which would be so much. It makes it easier for people to consume it because it's I'm trying to stay between like. I was trying to stay between like 30 and 45 minutes, but it's more like 45 to 50 minutes now with the way that everything's kind of working out. But it's easier for people to kind of consume like a 45-minute episode rather than sit there and commit to like a 4 hour thing, right? So having it episodic. I had to sell my car. Unfortunately, with everything that's going on right now, I don't know how much you have seen on my sister's streams and stuff, but my sister doesn't have a job right now because of multiple different reasons, things that are going on. And yeah, so I couldn't afford a car anymore because I'm having to pay for the whole thing, for everything. And I just at my job I'm making okay money, like for one person. I'm making okay money for one person, but for two people, like supporting two households and stuff, it's just rough. And I figured that I could be saving like hundreds of dollars by not having a car payment and not having an insurance payment. So I decided to sell my car. Yeah, so it's unfortunate. But yeah, I have to walk to work now. So it makes me more like, because my work week starts on Thursday, so I work Thursday through Sunday right now, and by Sunday night I'm just so exhausted that I don't want to stream anything, that I don't want to do anything. So I figured the best way to kind of do this, to get like these playthroughs done, to get through all these games that I want to play, because there's a bunch of games that I have played some of. So there's one game I've played some of, then there's 3 games, 4 games, 5 games that I've never played. Then there's 2 games that I played a little bit of, 1 game that I played a little bit of, 1 game I played a little bit, 1 game I played a little bit, one that I played through that I want to play on the channel, one that I played a little bit, one that I played a little bit. So none of these I've really, like, there's so many games that I want to play through that, I want to do that on the channel, right? And I just, between having like constantly new things about Guild Wars 2 and I'm wanting to play Guild Wars 2 because that's like the main thing, right? And then doing the Guild Wars 1 playthroughs and trying to do the challenge mode and trying to do all these different things, I figured it would probably be the best if I just sit down and record episodes like I used to do, right? Record episodes of playthroughs, because let's be real, the playthrough episodes aren't super popular, and the playthrough streams weren't very popular either. People want to see me. People want Guild Wars content from me, right? Like that's what they want to see. So I figured if I'm gonna do some kind of side content, I might just do it episodic and just release it when I feel like, right? Like play through it as I feel like and do it when I have time. So yeah, so I have all these different games that I want to play through. that some of them are like older games, some of them are newer games that are styled as older games, like indie games and stuff like that. There's some games that I've heard really good things about. Some games that I'm a fan of the franchise of. There's one game that I really thought is really funny and is very self aware. But that's really good. So there's a lot of them, and I've gotten some suggestions from people too. I miss your playthroughs. I've been watching. Oh, really? You have? Oh, that's so cool. I love that. That makes me super happy. I love that. I sometimes do that too. I sometimes will go through and watch some of my older playthroughs that I've had, and just kind of like I'm like, oh man, instead of like playing the game, I like watch like a couple of the videos to kind of get that, get a little bit of that. So I'm glad that you're rewatching those, and um yeah, so it's you're gonna see a lot more. Like I said, I think that's probably what I've settled on. So, because the way that I always try to work, or the way that I try to get the channel going, is like I try to like have everything kind of like, I want to have everything a little organized a little bit. So I figured having actual playthroughs of other games that aren't Guild Wars or Guild Wars related, um, or like that are not like co-op streams related or anything like that, like actual playthroughs of video games, I could keep those separate on like, just releasing them on the channel as like episodes, and then just keep my streams, because I feel like even when I think back on like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which I have to like kind of tackle again, right? Like I never finished that playthrough because of my capture card and stuff. I have to tackle that at some point. But the thing was that I was like, man, I liked Xenoblade Chronicles 1, the playthrough, because it was episodic, and then the second one was like these streams that I did that are like so long, and I felt like it was kind of not good. So I might take those streams out completely off of the channel, which is kind of a shame. Like maybe just not delete them, but kind of hide them away, that no one can actually access them, and start a whole fresh playthrough of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and then 3 eventually. So yeah. So which ones of my old playthroughs have you been watching? That's interesting that you say that, because I always wonder which ones of my playthroughs. I know that they're not very popular series by themselves, right? But obviously some of them shine more than others. And my question is always like, which ones are the ones that people enjoy more? Is it the ones that where I have played through them and I can give like little tidbits and backgrounds into my childhood of like, oh yeah, this is what I used to do, or we used to play this, or I was stuck on this, or blah blah blah, whatever, right? Or is it the ones where I'm like do blind playthroughs? Which I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of my playthroughs so far have been completely blind playthroughs. The Rayman one is kind of a blind playthrough because they modified the game so much to the point where none of the levels are the same. But there's a couple of things on the list that I have, just so you guys know, that are gonna be like completely blind playthroughs, of some popular games as well. So, Legend of Dragoon, Crusader of Senti. So the reason I asked is I was like, it must be Crusader of Senti. Like it must be like that's the one that she's watching or whatever. Crusader of Senti is such a great game, and I really wish it would have gotten more, like more of a following. More like the concept of using animals to give you different powers, and you can have like two animals at the same time and combine powers together. Like I think is so far ahead of where where gaming was at the time. Like there's games nowadays that could take from that, you know what I mean? And it was so cool. I think just the concept, obviously the animals are really cute, and I'm a big fan of like sprite art and stuff like that, and I love the sprites and I love the soundtrack. Obviously the music is like fantastic in that game, and I love the environments as well. But the thing is that like just the concept of the animals, like the two powers that you can combine at any point, like I always thought that was such a cool idea that I wish more games would do that. I really do. It's really crazy to me that no one has taken that. It's the same with like Guild Wars 1, right? Like Guild Wars 1 came out like 20 plus years ago, and no one has taken a concept of what Guild Wars 1 is and made a game like it, right? They all copy games that already exist that are super popular, but I'm like, why don't they like, why don't companies look at some more of the obscure games, which Guild Wars wasn't really that obscure of a game, but I'm saying like this is like, the way that this game functions is like, no other game functions like this, where you have like, you have dungeon crawlers, right? Which this, in a sense, is, right? Because you're in the hub town, and then from there you can go into the dungeons, and it's like instance, right? And that's kind of how dungeon crawlers work. But it's also like team based, and it's positional, and it's like it has like this build crafting aspect to it and stuff. Like it's very unique in the way that it plays. So, but anyways. Let's look at the Master Dungeon. So we did the Bloodstone Caves. That's correct. So the Bloodstone Caves, we did kind of not really giving us a background. One of the things that I really always enjoyed about Guild Wars 1 was that they had this expansive lore that like just they had all these different things that they introduced. It's so weird because and this is kind of where I think the world of gaming has changed in a lot of ways. Okay, so in Guild Wars 1, for example, when you play through the Prophecy storyline, right, you have all these different things that pop up, right? You have like the Bloodstone and the Seers and the Mersad and the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, right? And when we play, back then, when we played Guild Wars 1, the veterans of us, when we played through that, we took that all at face value, and we're just like, oh yeah, whatever, right? And there was this scarce lore about who the Seers were and who the Mersad were and who, like the Bloodstones, where they came from and whatever. There's like barely anything about anything, right? And it just kind of exists, and we take it as face value, and we're just like, yeah, this is part of the world, and this is how this game is. And it's so weird to me because I look at Guild Wars 2, and it's so weird because anytime you have something that's in the game that's not explained, people are always like, well, why is that here, right? Which is kind of weird because I'm like, well, they did that in Guild Wars 1, right? There was all these random things that were just kind of there, and we took it at face value. But the way that... I think where it stems from is that ArenaNet kind of weaved the story in Guild Wars 1 where like every little thing had kind of like a meaning to it, and it was all woven together in this grand scheme, and we're exploring the lore and blah 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 blah, right? All these things are happening. But I said the other day on a stream, one thing that they, like in Janthia Wilds, for example, one thing they didn't really go into, which they kind of, in the beginning, it seemed like they made like a little bit of a bigger deal, like you would see some kind of payoff on, was the Vow Ravens. How they transformed into knights when they eat like hearts of children or something, right? There's like this whole thing where they like, if they eat enough hearts, they turn from Vow Ravens into Vow Raven knights. And there's a couple of events that deal with that, where you kind of have like, oh my god, yeah, this is a Vow Raven knight and we have to kill it and blah blah blah. But it doesn't go further than that. It just kind of is there. 15 minutes late. What the hell, Discord? What do you mean? Discord, I'm going to be honest with you, Discord, as soon as I hit live, it notified everyone. Yeah, it was right on the time. 8:22 is when I went live. So, that's all on you, Mish. That's all on you. Hi, by the way. But yeah, and that was kind of, I kind of like that. I like when not everything needs to be explored. And this was something that I talked with Chicken about the other day, kind of on stream, a little bit. We kind of touched a little bit on that when he was in chat. Didn't notice. That's okay. That happens. But yeah, Discord is usually right on the money. I've noticed that Discord is always like right there. I go live, and before my screen changes to your live, it already notifies the server when I go live. Like it does it like immediately. So it's really good on that. Most times. There was a couple times where that didn't happen, but most times it does it. But Chicken and I kind of talked about this the other day, where I talked about like all these random things that kind of didn't have anything to do with anything were kind of there. And I kind of use it as a negative point where I was just like, well, it's, it kind of sucks because they didn't do anything with this or whatever. But I kind of like when ArenaNet does these, like, it makes it feel like it's a broader world, right? There's things out there that we don't necessarily deal with, right? Like, there's the ideas of the Val Ravens and they, and their conquest to becoming knights, right? Like, is there some kind of, I don't know, like a flock of Val Ravens somewhere that's hidden away in the woodland cascades, and they're all working towards becoming stronger and stronger knights, and they're building up an army of Val Raven knights to, attack Divinity's Reach. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out, right? Like, this could be a storyline that gets explored at some point, because we have talked about the Val Ravens and we kind of learn about their lore a little bit, but we don't touch on it. We don't do anything with it. We kind of leave it there and we know about it, right? And because the thing that I hate, the thing that I don't want ArenaNet to do is to constantly create new lore, right? I want them to kind of like create something that they will then maybe, they'll leave it there and they're like, okay, well, maybe we can touch on that, in like 3 expansions, and we'll use that. And then you have like, you can look back and you're like, oh my god, yeah, we learned about the Val Ravens in Janthia Wilds like way back when, and we learned about how they like become knights, and blah blah blah, and then now we're dealing with like, this is actually happened. Like, I kind of like that a lot, right? And that's another thing where the side quests or the side stories kind of come in, because the side stories can kind of deal with that stuff, which some of them do, right? But like, that's why I like the side stories so much, is because they can tackle these subjects that have nothing to do with where the current narrative of the main story is at, right? Like, I really, like I said, my Janthia Wells review, I really like the side story of the Cryptid, right? Where we're like exploring this monster that's attacking the people and has nothing to do, like, at some points you could think like, oh, maybe it's a Titan spawn, but they're like, no, it's not a stranger. It's like, it moves completely different, and it has like, there's all these hints that like that it's something else, right? And you're just like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird, right? And you go on to find out like all these different things about it, but it's so cool, and that's what I love about the side stories, right? Like, I want to see more of the side stories that explore these other parts of the lore that maybe aren't part of the narrative, because not every map, not every story in the map has to be about what's currently going on, right? Like, that's one of the things that I really hate about Janthia's Sentry, right? Because they kind of make it all about Mistide and the Titans are here, right? But I'm like, but what about the Bloodstone, right? Like, we have some of the Bloodstone elementals that we kill, but what about the White Mantle ghosts? There's not a single event that deals with any of them, right? They're hanging out and you can defeat them, and there's some like, dialogue and stuff that you can overhear, but there's nothing that actually deals actively with like the story of the village of Gavril. Like, there's no events that deal with that. There's some side stories that deal with like Codicus and the story of like Gavril and stuff like, and I like that, but I would like to see in the actual like content of the map, something that has to do with some of those things, So I don't know, but that's kind of my thought on some of these things. So anyways, yeah, so like I said, you guys will see. Do you guys know what this is, by the way? Can someone tell me in chat what this is? I know what it is, but I want you guys to guess what this is while I'm talking. So but yeah, so playthroughs will be happening. I will be trying to get through as many games as I can as time goes on, no rush, but I just, it's a book. Well, you're not wrong, obviously, but what is shown in the book? What is on this? What is this symbol in the middle here? You're not wrong, Eternal Alchemy. Close. It's close. Scriptures. Close. It's a very specific thing. It's a very specific thing in the Guild Wars universe that a lot of people don't realize. So we have an updated version of this thing in Guild Wars 2, but this is the Guild Wars 1 version of it that a lot of people have never seen. unless obviously you open the book and look at it, right? But and this is not the full thing, obviously. The giveaway is the shape, the triangle shape in the middle. That should be a little bit of a giveaway for people that don't know at all what this is. The triangle shape in the middle. Not the upside down triangle, but the actual triangle. I want to see if anyone knows. I mean, obviously if you look it up, you'll find it out. You'll find out. I don't know what you would look for though. No one has a guess? Another guess? Because it's funny because I'm currently writing a script that I've been talking about the same script for weeks now. I haven't continued that script. My goal is to continue this script, but I'm working on a history of the Inquest video right now, just so you guys know. So I want to do a summary of the Inquest for you guys in Guild Wars 2. Like a little like, hey, this is what the Inquest has been up to. And then there's another video that I want to do, and I want to get this out before ArenaNet starts talking about Castora and Inquest and the things that are going on there, because I have some interesting theories for you guys. Okay, anyways, so this is the map of the Mists. So the map of the Mists in Guild Wars 2 looks very different, but the reason why I said the shape is because the updated map of the Mists in Guild Wars 2 actually has what looks like the Eye of Janthier in it. So, but yeah, there's a theory video that I'm working on, just so you guys know, that deals with the Mists. A big theory. This is a huge theory. That is probably this theory video that I'm working on currently. So that's the rift in... Correct. This would be the rift in the middle. I'm guessing that's what the swirly gigs are, right? This is the rift in the middle. I'm guessing this is the rift. See, when you look at the updated map of the Mists, it looks very different. And I have a theory on that as well. So this theory that I'm coming up with right now that I have spans many, many things. There's a lot of things involved in this theory. That is a theory about the Mists that I have. I've talked about this theory many times. But there is a huge theory that I have that deals with a lot of different aspects of Guild Wars. Okay, it deals with the Jotun, it deals with the gods, it deals with the Eternal Alchemy, it deals with like the IF Janthier, it deals with all of these different aspects, right, of Guild Wars. And it's probably my biggest theory of all. The problem with it is that all the pieces of evidence are isolated pieces of evidence that don't really connect with each other, which is kind of a shame, but it's still a really great theory, I think, overall. Not to tap myself on the shoulder, but I think it's an interesting theory. But the issue with it is that I have all these isolated things that, if my theory is true, all of these little things would point towards that. But none of the points themselves point at each other, if that makes sense. And I like to kind of, as you guys know, when I do a theory, I try to like kind of build like a web of different, like, this is why this is, and this is why that, and do. But it's always like, okay, if we're taking this and then this, okay, so if we have this, then this, but then also this, which has nothing to do with this, but it could have to do with that, and it's just whatever. So, anyways, let's get started. No one cares. I don't know. I'm sure you guys care, but I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. You guys will have to wait and see. So we did the Bloodstone Caves, was the last dungeon. I don't know which the next one. Well, I don't know the next dungeon. I don't know what the next dungeon is, you guys. Let's see. We're doing the Shards of Ore. Ooh. Exciting stuff. It has 3 levels. Yeah, so we actually have to... So Shards of Ore is right over here. As you guys can see, it says it right there. Okay, the problem is that the quest, I want to hear the theories. Well, you're going to have to watch my video. Or you can go back to random streams from God knows how long ago. No, the very simple, so I'm going to outline the theory for you guys. It's very simple. I'm not going to go through all of, there is a lot of different pieces of evidence to this. Like, a lot of different pieces. Like, I have probably dozens of different points that could potentially point towards this as evidence, right? But the theory itself is very simple. Okay, the theory itself of that I have is that and I like to think that this is a retcon by ArenaNet from going from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 and further into Guild Wars 2, but that the mists are actually visible in Guild Wars 2 in the sense that they're at the night sky. So that the stars in the night sky are the different realms in the mists. Okay? So that is pretty much, it's a very simple theory when you put it like that we look out to the mist, but there's a lot of different parts to it that make me believe that. There's a lot of different parts, a lot of tiny little, there's like one sentence by character here, there's one little piece of evidence here, there's one little thing here, and like all these little things could potentially all be used as evidence for this, right? It's a weird theory, and people might say, okay, but that is kind of the theory. Closer to the stars. There you go. I'm not gonna say anything, but there you go. Sorry, I had to grab my... There is a piece of evidence there. See? See, does that make sense, right? Because when we talk about ascension, we talk about getting closer to something like akin to like a godhood or something, like becoming a higher being, okay, and becoming more powerful, closer to the stars, but we also connect more with the mists, right? Because we like, you know what I mean? Like there's this weird, okay, I can't figure out how to get this camera to do the things I wanted to. Okay. But do you see what I'm saying? There's like all these different things that kind of that could be used as evidence, right? Like closer to the stars is actually a great piece of evidence, you know, for that. You know, why would that be? You know, when you think about the Celestials, think a little bit of the Celestials, think about, you know, that type of stuff. So there's a lot. Like, if you know a lot about the lore of Guild Wars 2, and you just think about the concept of it, and look at all the different pieces of evidence, anytime anything has to do with the stars or the mists, and try to find connectors, you will see so many different things where you're like, oh, well, if this theory is true, then this would make sense. If this theory is true, then that would make sense. You know? So there you go. That's my theory. So I'm making a long video about that right now. I'm writing a script. The problem, and I've talked about this before, the problem is Astralaria. Astralaria does actually come up in my script. I did write about Astralaria. Because there's a part of the collection that I'm writing about. But the what was I gonna say? Oh, the problem with having these different points of evidence is that it's really hard to write a cohesive script where I'm not just like, okay, well, here's another point of evidence, and then here's another point. Like, I'm trying to build it to the point where it kind of builds off of each other, and it kind of like goes into each other, but it's really hard to do that when you just have like isolated points. So it's kind of hard for me to write the script a little bit. I'm having some issues. I'm having some difficulties. Okay, so let's talk dungeons. So as you guys can see, the Shards of War are right here, but we do have an entrance to right here as well. Okay, there's an Asura gate that will lead us. So it actually connects these points down here. Now the thing is that the quest we need is actually outside of the Shards of War. So I'm going to start at Phlox's Falls. Okay. And also within that theory itself is also a lot of really like a lot of small mini theories. where it's like, you know, we take this piece of evidence and then, okay, maybe this has something to do with it. Or like there's a specific in the core game of Guild Wars 2, at a specific part, there's a cinematic that you can watch that has to do with the stars, and that is never explained in any shape or form. But we take that video and we can weave it into this theory, because like we can take that piece of cinematic and we can weave that into the theory to perhaps showcase something or talk about something that has to do with it. Like, it's so interesting, and I love doing that kind of stuff. It's super fun. I tell you what, it's super fun, you guys. I'm having a really good time with it, so... but anyways, so we're gonna go to the Shards of Ore. We're here in the Asuran area, which means that we can use our Not Too Annoying to get extra energy. Alright, let's do it. Let's go in. We got our squad ready. We got our animals going. We got all of our friends here. I haven't played this in forever, so if I die, if I start. Wooden Potatoes did a video on this a while ago. The video that he did, he did a video on something with the mists, but I don't know if he went, or he did something like that, but I don't think he did quite as deep as I feel like he should have. He should have gone a little bit deeper with it. Not saying that it was a bad video, but I think I know which video you're talking about. So, but yeah, I mean, let's be real. What piece of lore has Wooden Potatoes not made a video about? Like, he's made videos about everything. That's why he doesn't make any videos anymore, because he's already made them all. Attack! What are you guys doing standing here? Shards of War? What about Shards of Jormag? Right. I think it was more dragon focused. Is that right? Yeah, maybe it was. It's been a while since I've watched any of his videos, but I mean, I love his video. Obviously he was a huge inspiration for mine, but I have a theory. So the basis of that theory kind of comes from the way that the mini expansions have been going. And specifically, I was inspired. I had this theory for a long time. This theory actually first came about when the many years ago, actually, this theory first started like coming to mind, like it's slowly building itself in my mind, is when they added the 2 new stars in the night sky in Guild Wars 2. That is the moment. Okay, I'm holding my thought. Ad break. Thought I start? I did ad break earlier. Ad in progress. Okay, I gotta wait. I'm gonna wait a couple minutes. Or a couple of seconds. So, sorry for those that are... I don't know when ads... Hey, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. I don't know when ads happen on YouTube. I can see them when they happen on Twitch. So I can actually take, like, a breather. I'm gonna take a breather here and drink some water. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Alright, and we're about to be back. Alright, so we're back from ad break. We have another end pack. Yep, I see it. So yeah, it tells me right here. So we have 27 minutes until the next ad break, just so you guys know. Anyways, so the theory originally, started many years ago. I had this thought in my mind, and it started coming to fruition back then when they added 2 new stars to the night sky. That is when I started, the thing is I started questioning why they would do that. And obviously, I think as many other people have done back then, I connected it to the dragons, right? And thinking, okay, well, a lot of people talked about it back then because Traherne always said, like, oh, dragons aren't stars in the sky that can be counted. and then all of a sudden we defeat 2 dragons and 2 new stars appear in the night sky. And a lot of people are like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, is the wording very important here, or what's going on? But back then I started like asking myself different things, and then I played the specific piece that I talked about where I saw this evidence, this other piece of evidence, and I figured, I'm like, wait a minute, this could mean something a lot more than people realize, and it would be really cool. And then I started writing the script. I at the start of Janthia Wilds, there's a specific sentence, a specific piece of dialogue that Isgarin says during the meeting of the Tyrian Alliance that had me go, oh my god, I'm gonna have to make this video now. Like, that was the final push that I needed for me to really go in and say, oh my god, I need to make this video. Like, it almost felt like a confirmation to what I was theorizing. But yeah, anyways, so I don't want to give too much away because then people aren't going to watch the video, and I need people to watch the video, okay? It's like, my views are down. I need more views. Okay, we have the stupid boss here. Can we concentrate on that guy, please? Can we okay, all the pets are dying, which is fine. I don't mind that. Look, guys, we have Raza in our team. Raza's hanging out with us. He's it is a paragon this time around, so not a dervish, not a ritualist, but a paragon. But yeah, and like I said, I recently went back in and I watched the Malagan theory video that I have. Oh my god, and I'm like, I watched it and I was like, yeah, okay. Like, I still hold to everything that I said in that Malagan theory video that I have. I still hold to that. And I want ArenaNet, like, it's not necessarily that I want to be correct, but I would be super excited if that is how the story of Malagan and, like, the gods in general would kind of go, is that theory video. That was, because I watched that and I was like, you did it again, O'Reilly, you did it again, you stupid bastard. You came up with a good theory. Again, it's not about that I want to be right. It's really not. Like, it's not... I don't look for these things to be true because I want to be right, but it's because that is where I want the story to go. Like, I'm excited for that because that is how I want that all to turn out, you know? So if you guys haven't watched that video, I would recommend it. It's not long. Like, none of my theory videos are really long, right? That's like a 12-minute video, I want to say. Not even long. But it's a great theory, I gotta say. You guys know how self-criticizing I am, I guess you could say. Oh, I judge myself on everything that I do. Like, I recently went back and I watched my my regional lore series that I did, my regional lore intro series. And I'm like, man, I could have done that so much better. And that was just the beginning of this year. I was like, man, I could have done so much better in that series. I'm like, man, I could have added this in there, and I could have changed that, I could have done that, but it is what it is. I still think that that's an okay series for people to get into the lore, but it could have been a lot better. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, could have been a lot better. But I guess the judgment lies with you guys, so you guys get to judge me. And let me know how you like my videos. Nonetheless, I'm very excited for it's interesting. The thing is, I don't know enough about Visions of Eternity to be excited about as someone that loves the lore and the story and the characters and the maps and the world and the cultures and the whatever, right? Like, that's kind of what I focus on for the most part. So I'm not really excited for Visions of Eternity specifically because I don't... The reason why I'm not excited is because I don't know where it's going with that story. What I'm excited about, though, is to see the continuation of the story that Guild Wars, that ArenaNet is trying to weave with Guild Wars 2. That is what I'm excited about right now. I need this guy to die. He's the healer. Kill the healer. Might not tie into any of this. It's getting much more misfocused though. Well, and that's kind of where my theory is going. Because I made this like huge mistake the other day, or like a while ago. I thought that at some point, okay, let me preface what I was gonna say with this. Okay, so I thought when the mini expansions were announced that ArenaNet, and maybe that was me coming up with that in my own head, or they actually did say that. I don't know. I couldn't find any confirmation because I looked the other day. And I even asked in Discord and no one had like any info on it. But I thought ArenaNet said that the mini expansions would be isolated in their like stories that they tell, right? They're like these isolated little incidents and stories and stuff, but that they would be telling an overarching story. I somehow have that in my mind that they said this. I don't know if I created that, if that was like complete like just making shit up in my mind. I don't know, but I thought that. So the entire time, so when Secrets of the Obscure came out and we started, you know, doing all of these, like dealing with all of these things, right? And Secrets of the Obscure, Janthia Wilds, going into Visions of Eternity. I started looking for like these connecting threads, and like you said, it's getting much more misfocused, and that's what I'm kind of seeing, right? We're dealing with fractals of the mist. We're dealing with Raza, who's a being from, but like we found out the Mist Stranger, right? We're getting these books that kind of tell us about fractals and seeing ourselves within the fractals and like how to deal with that. And you know, we're hearing all these things that Isgarin is telling us. Like I said, there was a piece of dialogue early on in Janthia Wilds that Isgarin dropped, where I was like, okay, very misfocused, right? And in Secrets of the Obscure, we learned about the World Spire and how it's shielding Tyria from outsiders and from threats within the mists, right? Like coming from outside of our world and stuff like that. And I actually made the comparison on Discord to Sailor Moon. For those of you that didn't watch Sailor Moon, that have no idea about Sailor Moon or whatever, shame on you, first of all, because you should be watching it. You should have watched it at least once in your life, okay? The 90s show. The 90s show is super, super good. But the thing is, in that universe, so you have the inner Sailor Scouts, right? Which is like Sailor Moon, and then Sailor Venus, Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter, right? And they're the inner Sailor Scouts because they deal with threats within the solar system, okay? And then the outer Senshis, the outer fighters, they come into the story once there's threats from outside of the solar system coming into the solar system. So that's when they get involved because they're the outer rings, right? That's Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and Saturn, right? They then get involved because they're like the outer shield, right? And so I kind of made that comparison to Isgarin, who in the story, like he any of the threats that we dealt with during Guild Wars 1, you know, dealing with like Abaddon and the gods and like, you know, any of the things that were happening in Guild Wars 2, the dragons, Balthazar, Joko, like he didn't get involved with any of these, right? None of these were important enough. But as soon as a threat from the mists came, he got involved, which were the Cryptas. And then now we're kind of dealing with these threats from the mists, right? The Titans coming from another realm within the mists, right? The realm of torment, coming from there. He's involved the whole time, right? He's involved the whole time and he's not backing up and he's like kind of there now. And it's kind of almost like that is his sole purpose, is to not protect Tyria from threats within Tyria, but from outside of Tyria, from the mist. That's why he built the World Spire. And there's this underlying story, I feel like, that's being told that deals with threats from the mists. And that kind of makes me think that we're heading to a story that has to do with something mist-focused, right? The Shadow Army is back as well, right? Like, which is God-related, you know? So there's all these interesting things that they're building right now that are in the background of the story, right? They're not the main part. Like, yeah, we're dealing with the Mistgate and the Titans and Janthia Wilds and, like, kind of, you know, freeing the Lowland Codan from this threat, right? But the in the background, you know, it's like, oh, okay, there's a portal to the mist, and it's very mysterious. No one knows where it came from, and we deal with like, you know, the Mersad that came from the mist, from a different realm from the mist, right? Nyos, right? Another realm in the mist during Seekers of the Obscure, and like, there's kind of this weird underlying story that is being told that they're kind of focusing on, and it's very interesting to me. Where I'm like, ooh, I feel like this is gonna come like in a like not this expansion, maybe not even the next one, maybe not even the one after that, but I feel like it's slowly coming to a head. Like things are slowly gonna get to the point where we're gonna deal with there's gonna be an expansion where we full on deal with the mists, and we're gonna like there's some kind of big threat, you know, that's bigger than the cryptas and bigger than the titans and bigger than the gods and bigger than any of that coming to Tyria. And we have now worked through all, like, there's these hints that have been dropping throughout all these expansions that's showing us like, yeah, this is happening. Like, you know, like they could say the Foundry of Failed Creations was activated by an agent of this threat that's coming, you know. So I wonder if they're setting up Guild Wars 3 to take up in another. And that's another thing, right? That's actually a good point. Like, is that what it's going to? Is it going to the point where they want to set up the idea that like Guild Wars 3 just takes place? Like, is it going to get to the point maybe where this entire, um, this entire like is Tyria gonna get destroyed at the end of Guild Wars 2, and we have to do what the humans did for, like, you know, before Guild Wars 1, like way yonder, and like go to a different realm? Like, do we have to go to a different realm, and then that's where Guild Wars 3 takes place? Is like we left the realm of Tyria behind, and we're now going to another realm or something, right? Like, Guild Wars 3 better be sci-fi. A certain tech should be able to build a starship. Which would be interesting, right? Because we're talking about, obviously, Ward Against Kids. You missed my earlier theory talk that I had, but if they're building a starship and they go fly into space, what is it that they're going to find out there? Is that like flying through the mists and like going to other realms? Or do we actually get to go explore stars, right? Oh yeah, right? Like maybe they could twist the story to go back to the original home of of humanity, right? Maybe they could twist it so, you know, because I think a lot of us are interested to see the original home of humanity. So maybe they can twist it so that the story goes that, you know, the people of Tyria now leave Tyria to go to the realm where the humans came from, right? It just better not be Earth. I doubt it. I don't think ArenaNet would like to do that because ArenaNet, they try to be very creative in the worlds that they create and stuff like that. And I think it would be, in a sense, limiting, because if you're putting yourself on Earth, you now have to, like, okay, you have to actually find a location that is on Earth, and you have to like actually have it. You know, you can have different things happening there, and you can have it like, oh, it's a fantasy world, but it takes place. I don't think ArenaNet is going to do that. I think ArenaNet would just be like, nope, it's just another realm, to give them the option of making it anything they want it to be, right? Like, they don't want to be in any way constrained in that sense, you know? So, we could find the Statue of Liberty. Damn you, ArenaNet, damn you all to hell. I mean, that would be really weird, right? That would be so strange. I don't think they would do that, though. I don't think so, but, you know, who knows? I don't know. But it's still fun to, like, theorize on those things, you know, to kind of think about, like, where could they take the story, right? Like, where, I don't know. It's just, to me, I feel like ArenaNet is slowly kind of, they're steering the ship towards the Guild Wars 3 that's on the far, far, far horizon, right? And like I said, I don't know, you know, this could be 5 years, this could be 6 years, 10 years, I don't know, right? But they do love their pop culture reference. They do love their pop culture reference, but when it comes to something like very blatantly obvious like that, like having the Statue of Liberty, I don't know how. I personally wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like them to go to Earth. I don't know if I would like it. It feels like the Eye of the North time. Yeah, I mean, in a way, right? Eye of the North was all about introducing the races, the new races of Tyria that would be playable, and yeah, I don't know. Building up the dragons, creating this threat, right? Um, yeah, I maybe they should just scrap Guild Wars 3 and finish Utopia. Well, that's never gonna happen. I talked about it a long time ago now. I talked about how I would have loved to have seen a dual expansion for both Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 that takes place in the same region. At that time, it's so funny that now we're at the end of Janthir Wilds, because at that time my theory had to do with taking place in Janthir, right? And my idea, my concept was that they could do an expansion um in the same location, go into Janthir, right? In Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, release it at the same time, and then have like connecting tissue, right? So during Guild Wars 1 times, we go there to fight the Mersad and you know, whatever, or the remnants of Mersad, or finding, or no, my idea was, my concept was that we um absolutely love original Sailor Moon, by the way, but Sailor Moon Crystal is a fantastic of the original story manga. Beautiful. Yeah, for the most part. For the most part, I think it did pretty well in the adaptation of the original manga, but nothing beats that 90s Sailor Moon. Like, it's funny, it's so good. The characters are so well developed. The problem in Crystal was, like, I never really got the connection to the characters that I felt in the original Sailor Moon. Like, when in the original Sailor Moon, you know, the inner scouts, they die during the fight against Galaxia. I was like, oh man, like, you really, it's like heart wrenching, right? Where, like, I didn't feel that way in Crystal. Crystal was just like, okay, it's cute, and you know, that was the original story of the manga and stuff, but still, it wasn't. I don't know. It can't. Nothing beats that original. You know? I would love a new Guild Wars 1 expansion. It's not happening though. It won't. I don't think it will happen. If Ain't It ever did an Earth, I don't think it would be anything like our Earth in real life. The only thing would be humans, I think. I mean, perhaps, but then what's the point of making Earth if you're not gonna make it like our Earth at all, right? So then just make something different, you know? Like, I feel like, and that's what I'm kind of talking about with constraints. If they do an Earth, if they do Earth, right, as like, oh yeah, humans came from Earth, then they would have to make sure that they do Earth, right? And they do enough references and a ton of like places that are recognizable, and maybe, you know, items like cars and horses, and, you know, regular buildings, and like all kinds of things like Walmarts and Dollar Generals, you know what I mean? Like, they would have to build something that's like, you know, whether it's in ruin or not or whatever, right? But they would have to build things that are like recognizable to us, to kind of home. Oh yeah, this is Earth, you know. I would rather see them do a completely new world and say this is where the humans came from, right? So, never say never. AI is getting closer every day. I used to be a doubter, and now it writes 90% of my code at work. Yeah, but I don't like the sound of that. Not many do, but it's a thing that's happening. And I'm not playing AI generated expansions. No way. I'm a 90s kid, and that's what everyone said about the World Wide Web. I I just think that there's more in an expansion than just code to be written, right? Like, I don't think ArenaNet has amazing artists. I don't think they want AI generated art or character models or music, right? And all of these things. So what I could see, what I could see is someone like buying the rights from ArenaNet to do an expansion for Guild Wars, like after maybe they shut down Guild Wars 1 or something, and they, you know, someone gets the rights to make an like a expand on Guild Wars 1. I don't know, but Other than that, I don't think ArenaNet is ever really gonna touch Guild Wars 1 again, which is unfortunate, but I just don't think it's gonna happen. I like the idea that the gods were running from something in their home world. I mean, that could be true, right? And I feel like, you know, it's funny because we have the evidence in Guild Wars 2, right? Like the gods came here, brought the humans here, hung out, and then they were like, they dipped because of finding out, hey, there's these magical dragons that are consuming magic, and we're magic, and we're just gonna dip, right? So there's already evidence of them actually doing the exact same thing, with, Balthazar having this time around done differently, maybe, and like said, like, you know what, this time I'm not running, but they didn't put it that way, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. My streams are fine. Oh, wait. No, I'm having issues too. I don't know. It's YouTube. Something's going on with YouTube. I can't pull up my stream right now too. Yeah, I'm having issues on my end too. I don't know what's going on. So the thing I said about Sailor Moon is that nothing beats the 90s. I'm not gonna, it's like, it was such a long thing. Nothing beats the 90s thing, and yes, I do like that they did a manga adaptation of it, but I didn't really connect with the characters of Crystal, right? Like, one thing that I really liked about the original anime of the 90s, striving to do this or that or whatever, right? Like, Minako always wanted to become like a superstar, and then there's all these episodes where she's like trying to do all these things to become a superstar, and so by the end of it, you kind of connect with the characters, and like, when the Inner Scouts die at during the Galaxia fight, at the end of the series, right? You really feel that. You're like, oh my god, like, they're all dead. Like, this is so sad, because these are the characters that we've been hanging out with for so many episodes, right? Like 200 episodes. And you're just like, oh my god, like, I'm so sad now. And I don't really feel that way with the Crystal cast. Like, the Crystal characters were like, they were good, and I get that was like the original manga adaptation, but I don't know, I connected more with the 90s Sailor Moon characters. I think they were a lot more funnier and whimsical, and like, I don't know, they were just a lot more, really, I don't know, something is going on. I don't know what it is. My stream seems fine on my end, on my app, but even on here, it's not working properly. I don't know. It says I'm offline. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It seems like the YouTube stream, the Twitch stream is back up. And it's saying, like, I have a great connection. There was a little bit of a hiccup. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry about that. They're too fast as well. Original series had time to read. And that's the thing, right? Like, the original series had time to, like, develop their characters. And really said to bring this in, now that I'm remembering. But yeah, I mean, if you go back and you watch the original series, like, it just had so many funny moments and heartbreaking moments and like ways that you connected, right? Because you really the characters developed, and you really saw the characters develop, right? And you kind of like, and Crystal didn't have that. The characters in Crystal really didn't feel, they kind of felt very shallow because they never went really deep in the development of the characters, and they never really, like, they kind of just expected you to understand, okay, this is what these characters are, and like, here you go, right? They had like one episode for each character, and then they just move on with the story. It's just like, oh, okay, cool, I don't know. So the 90s, I think the 90s one still beats it. I like the idea that we have an adaptation of the manga, because the manga was so different to what the 90s show was. So it's kind of nice to see the manga as an anime adaptation, but the 90s just did so much. I want to watch again. It's just so hard to find it. Also want to rewatch Tenchi. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. Hold on, let me check something here. No, don't start playing. I don't want you to play. No. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Oops. Back on Earth topic, people bring up the whole Statue of Liberty part in Planet of the Apes, but many of the sequel Planet of the Apes movies also did like Super Sci-Fi Earth and 3000 many other Earths without any sense. Yeah, I know, but that's, again, that's kind of like, because it's in the premise of Planet of the Apes, right? And the whole idea is that apes take over the planet Earth and stuff. But like, Guild Wars is just such a different world. Like, I don't see the point. Like, what's the point of having Earth that looks nothing like our Earth as the home world of humanity, versus just having a different world that's not necessarily Earth? Like, just to connect it to our world. Like, I don't really think that that's, I don't know. I just think, I don't know. I just think that that's not really, it's not necessary. Not that it's necessarily, I don't know. I just don't see the necessity to that, you know? So all of the iguanas left. No, they're all here. All right, let's play some. I've been here for an hour and we have done nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right, so here we are. Crew. This is a difficulty master. So this, difficulty is master. So we this might be kind of difficult. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it. Following Lady Glaive's defeat during the Second Great Corsair War, we sailed north aboard Glaive's ship, the Queen of Fools, into Orient waters along the Tarnished coast. There was a mutiny and our souls became forfeit in a vicious cycle of betrayal. We need your help to end the cycle. We need your revenge, but first, we must be freed. I shall break the chains that bind you. So the story goes that Lady Glaive, she took part in the Corsair War, which took place in Alona, and then they were defeated, and they took off to the north, and this was obviously before Ore sunk. They came to Ore, and they talked to the advisor of Ore, and they made a deal that they could be hanging out in the shards of Ore, but the first crewmate, Fendi Nin, actually made a pact, where he got like he was able to lock his crew in the shards of Ore and just kind of take command of them or something, so they're now under his like spell or whatever. It's like something like that. But yeah, so Fendi Nin is who we have to kill. Discover the whereabouts of Lady Glaive's crew and free their spirits. Avenge the crew of the Queen of Fools by destroying Fendi Nin. So the gods got their magic from somewhere. I theorize it was Miss Entity. I mean, it could be, right? We don't know the origin of gods. Where did they come from? Where did they go? Where did they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Yeah, something is going on with YouTube. Let me see if Twitch is okay. Is Twitch okay? Twitch is fine. Yeah, Twitch looks fine to me. So something's going on with YouTube. I don't know what's going on with YouTube right now. It's being really bad. It's not liking my stream, so I don't know. If you guys are having issues, I guess check out Twitch. Because I'm having issues pulling up my own stream right now. So, whatever. Alright. Be good. Alright, so here we are. So that is where Gad's encampment is. Arbor Bay. So so we would have come out here, and we would have to travel all the way out here, and then go talk to crew member Chandra, and go back into the shards. And we didn't do that. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could theorize this, right? Like, we also don't know much about the origin of Tyria in general, right? We know the what is he called? The giant, the cliffside giant or whatever from the Fractal, right? Like, we know that he is from a time like early on in the World of Guild Wars. Like, the developers said that takes place very early on when Tyria first came to be. But there's humans that we fight in that Fractal. So it's like, okay, so did like humans come from Tyria and then leave Tyria to go to a different world and then come back to Tyria? Is that what happened? Or like, are these different humans that like were destroyed before humans even got here? Right? There's like all these different things. Oh, okay, so crew member Chandra is here. She says, after the second Great Corsair War, our captain, Lady Glaive, parlayed a deal with King Zoran of Or, who was father to King Reza. We were granted amnesty in an underground area known as the Shards of Or. Seeing this as an opportunity to gain control of our ship, the Queen of Fools, First Mate Fendi Nin made another darker deal with the King's advisor. Those dealings have condemned us all. Fendi's curse seals us within this horrid place. Our souls can only be freed by destroying him. So there you go. Yeah, I'll switch to Twitch. No lag between comment. You're replying there anyways, but it's like, well, I'm replying to everyone, but I don't know what's happening. YouTube is being really freaking weird right now. I don't know why. Is that all across YouTube, or like I can't even watch my stream. It keeps every couple minutes my stream gets interrupted on here, and it just starts spinning. So I don't know. I just reopened it. I don't know. Maybe that'll fix it. I'm not sure. Because on my end, I haven't lost a single frame. So it's definitely not on my end. Twitch seems fine though. Ember died. Let's revive Ember. I have no idea where I need to go, but there's the area map, so we're gonna move towards the area map. Yeah, or you can, like, if you miss a stream or something, you can always watch that on YouTube. You know, for any missed streams, those, just so you guys know, all of my live streams, I know that I baffle everyone's mind every time I say this. Okay, all of my live streams are on my live tab on YouTube. You can watch all of them for the last like 3-4 years. You can go back and you can watch all of my live streams. All of them. They're there. Okay? So, I just like to say that because I've had so many people say, wait, what? All of your streams are on YouTube? I'm like, yes, they are. All of my live streams are on YouTube. You can watch all of them. I'm kind of keeping an eye on my stream over here to see if it like happens again. I don't know. Ember died again. Alright, we want to kill the priest. Alright, the priest is dead, which means their healer is dead. That's always good. But yeah, I'm having a really good time with Rayman. I really I'm enjoying that game. It's super fun. I like the amount of changes that they've done to it. It's like, it's almost like a new game. Just so cool. Reef Lurker. I don't know whose that is. Alright, so we have a... Okay, Shards of War level 2, Dungeon Gate, Dungeon Key, Undead Bone Collector. I do have an Undead Bone. Alright, whose Reef Lurker is this on the ground? General Morgan, is that yours? Can you revive your... There you go, good job. And Digimon World Time Stranger is coming out as well. Like, is it already out? It might be. I think it comes out in a couple of days. And, like, I won't have money to buy it, but I really am... I'm super excited for it. So that will be a playthrough that you might see at some point as well, once I can afford it to buy it. I would like to do a playthrough of that because... Ooh, there's a treasure ahead over there. Because I'm very excited about a new Digimon game. Are you kidding? That's so exciting. I love me some good Digimon. Dude, these brutes over here. Gotta go. Boom, 160 damage. Kill them all. Yes. No, Olivia died. No. Okay, so we have a chained cleric and a priest. Both of those are bad news. Can we kill this guy first? He's so close to us. Hey, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh god. Everyone, all the pets are dying. I gotta get rid of some of these freaking... Okay, perfect. I got rid of one. Now the priest. Alright, perfect. The healers are dead. So we're doing good. The healers are good. Or dead. Alright, I'm gonna revive Ember. I think the problem my stream had was loading ad. I think that's what the problem was on YouTube. It wasn't now. Well, now I can't use Twitch. Why? What happened? You seem to be having like really big issues, bigger than mine today. Hi, how are you? Sorry, Sheena. It's saying my browser isn't supported. The fuck is going on with your internet? Yeah, that's strange. That's crazy. Oh, an item. Oh, and a dead strider. Oh no, I'm right in the poison. Where was the treasure? Was it right here? I think it was right here, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I got 38 gold out of that. Woohoo. How exhilarating. Okay. Is there a healer in there? I don't see a healer. How are you, Sheena? Is that... I don't know if you're... I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct. If I'm not, I'm sorry. I am. Like, I don't know. Oh! Let's kill them. There's all these hounds. Nice. And we got the dungeon key. We got a fire staff. Getting all the goodies here. Dragon! It's a dragon! Never seen a playthrough quite like this before. Well, welcome to my channel where I do all kinds of weird playthroughs like this. So, I've done Guild Wars 2 different challenges where I leveled from 1 to 80 in different specific ways, and I've done and I'm now doing Guild Wars 1. So welcome. Oh, is it? Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. I usually get everyone's names wrong all the time, so I'm glad the one time that I got a name right. It's like, mark it on your calendars, O'Reilly got a name right. Ooh, we got treasure. Look at all that treasure. Isn't it beautiful? Alright, I gotta focus. Hello? Chain Cleric. Let's do that. Is there another healer? There's not. But I do want to get rid of these birds. I do not like these guys. They hit for way too much. Corporate Amazon being assholes and banning certain browsers. I mean, what browser are you using? You know, there's all this talk about like different browsers and like you should be using this one, you should be using that one. Like honestly, they all have like their good things and bad things about them. So I'm just like, whatever. Don't worry, I got your name wrong. I didn't even have to say it out. But that's the thing, is like I think everyone gets my name wrong. People say O'Reilly, Ariel. I get a lot of Ariels, which is fine. It's just a made-up name. You know, personally, I don't care. I'm just like, you can call me whatever. As long as I know you're talking to me or about me, I'm good. I gotta go around. Okay, so I gotta go through here. I don't remember where they were. I always hate this part. I'm gonna have to... Okay, I'm gonna have to keep you guys here. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay, they don't want to come that... Okay. Alright, this is what I'm gonna do then, you guys. We're gonna go this way. Everyone come hither. We're going this way. Brave. Alright, let's go for the cleric. Go, army of pets! Do your thing! Alright, I've revealed the treasure. Oh my god, Ember died. Can a stupid bird do something? Whose bird is this? And why is it not attacking? Okay, let's get the... Oh, I'm dead. Raleigh. Raleigh. Ah, God, no. It's awful. Do not do that. Wow. Really? All of my healers are dead? How fantastic. Oh, because another group got involved? I didn't even pay attention. Apparently, I'm not playing Guild Wars 1. I'm playing something else. Oh, no. Look at this. When did they come over here? Why did they get involved? Go away. You guys were like way down in that hole, and now you're hanging out here. Friggin' annoying. But yeah, we were talking about theories earlier, so... Paragon is another thing I never thought I'd see. Yeah, look at him. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Isn't it awesome? Don't move. Yeah. Yeah, so we have all Paragon and pets. We have we're mostly Paragon. I have some other things in here, but I'm trying to do as many Paragon as I can and pets, which is really fun. So we get all kinds of pets. It's funny because the pets that we're using are the pets. These are the same pets that we had. Because the thing is that I played through Prophecies and Factions and Nightfall with a pet as well. And those playthroughs are on the channel, so you guys can always check out the YouTube channel. But we had these pets in the playthroughs there. We had, during early Prophecies, we had this Strider. And then we had, what did we switch to? Did we have a Stalker at some point? Did we? I don't remember. We might have stuck with just having the Strider the whole time. And then we had in factions, we had both of the crabs, the red one and the blue one. And during early night, Eye of the North, we did the eagle. And then we had the crocodile during the Nightfall playthrough. So we kind of, these are all the pets that we kind of used, the same kinds of pets at least that we used. All right, we'll wait for the spray to go away. So, no Mr. Thackeray. Well, we're not there yet. We haven't. Oh my god, I didn't realize that I flagged them. Oh, that's stupid. That was stupid of me. Okay, get this wizard. Okay, the pets are right in the poison, so we'll see how that works out for them. Probably not that great. But this is working out for us, so I'm okay with that. He's quite a late game here. Yeah, so the whole idea is that I'm playing through the entirety of the story. So I did prophecies, I did factions, I did Nightfall, I did Eye of the North. Now I'm doing the Eye of the North dungeons, and then I'm gonna go through Tyria, collect all of the pets, and then we'll do the what's it called? Guild Wars Beyond stuff. We'll be doing that after. So we'll get there eventually. We'll add him in. Okay, I'm just gonna run through here. I don't even care. Ember, I need you to come back. Yeah. So we'll be doing all of that. Is it always pronounced as a Raleigh? I mean, I don't know. There's no correct way. This is guys, this is the name that I came up with when I was a teenager, and this was like during high school. I came up with this name, and I've just used it. So there's no correct pronunciation. So whatever you guys want to say. Pets of Change, Petmaster Zyri. That would be awesome. We could definitely make that happen. People have issues pronouncing names I come up with. Well, of course, because they're like all over the place. Kuriane, Trace, Syonder. I don't know. See, there's like so many different ways you could pronounce that. They're very exotic names. Get that brute. Get that brute out of here. This piece is getting flooded in 150 years. Yeah, and all the animals die. All the animals die. All of them. They all get drowned by Zaitan's flood. That crab might be okay. Probably. There's probably a couple of them that'll be able to swim. You know, fly. The bird will be able to, the eagles, they can just fly away. You know, they'll be fine. Alright, whose Dead Strider is this? That's Gwen? Jin. Is that Jin's? Jin, is that your Dead Strider? It is not. It's Gwen's, isn't it? It's Gwen's. It is Gwen. Gwen, get your Strider up. Yeah. Yeah, crazy lady. I didn't get any of the treasure. I walked by it and I didn't even do any. Didn't do any treasure hunting. I mean, the alligator might be okay too. He can survive in water. You know, and they're kind of hardy fellows, so he'll probably survive. There's a few of them that'll survive, but I'd like to think that they like group together and they like help each other out and they like survive and they go to like a pet haven somewhere far away that no one can reach. That's what I like to think. That's what happens. Ember, you're dying. Okay. I got 42 gold, 47 gold, and 29 gold. I'm rich. We move on with our lives. Alright, is there anything back here? Is there treasure back here? Well, we're about to find out, you guys. Let's see if there's any treasure back here. Wow. There's nothing. Still want a menagerie in Guild Wars 2. I don't know why they don't do that. I mean, I think that I don't know, there's a lot of things that I want in Guild Wars 2 that I will probably never get, so.
Well met.
Alright, we have a Dwarven Ghost with us. Is there any? I don't see anything else, so we're gonna move on. Let's grab a parchment, probably just tells me to go talk to crew member Chandra. Yeah, I know. I really hate the way that they have pets now. Like, you don't actually raise the pets anymore, which really sucks. I really, really hate that. Whoa, look at all this. Look at all this fun stuff in here. Alright, I'm gonna lure Claire. Come on. God, really? They don't even want to come this far? Oh, no, and then we stop right... No, everyone move forward. Get out of the poison. They all stopped exactly in front of the jet. I'm like, that's not at all how I wanted that to go. And boom. Alright, we'll be fine. Alright, well, I got a second ghost, but my first ghost died. So. There he is. A hero he was. You know, as in life, as in death. It's just sort of a menu. Yeah, it's silly, you know? It's like, like, it would be really cool to be able to customize your pets or, you know, really help it raise it and really decide on, like, do I want a defensive pet or an offensive pet, right? You could do that in Guild Wars 1 to a minor degree. It wasn't really major, right? It wasn't like, oh my god, this changes everything. But, you know, you kind of felt like you had some control over raising your pet. In Guild Wars 2, you got nothing. Yeah, nothing. That thing stays the same size the whole time. You got nothing you can do on it. You accept it or you don't. And it's just like, oh man, that's kind of a shame. Love it. Love this little cave here. Need you guys to do something. Move. Like, look at that. We're not dealing with that. Get out of here. Hopefully soon they do an update package separate from Strangers gives us menagerie, bestiary, and pet skins. I mean, that's wishful thinking, but I would love to see all three of those for sure. Might be because pets are now just for one profession instead of potentially. Yeah, but I don't know. I still think that, like, if they overhaul the way that pets work, they could, you know, I don't know, they could still have it like where the menagerie, like they could have it where any profession can tame them, adding them to the menagerie, and then in the menagerie you can do different things with them. And you can have little mini games or whatever, right? Where you can play with them, or you can do like little... Okay, so they're not splitting up. This is really upsetting right now, because I'm definitely gonna die. I need to pull them. So you guys stay there. Okay. So let's go for the chain cleric first. Hopefully we don't get that other group involved. Really don't need that. Okay, that guy's dead. Now I'll go for the brutes. They do so much damage. The dwarven ghost died, but that's whatever. I don't care really. So, you know, they could still have it where like you can raise different pets, but just that the ranger alone can take them into battle. You know what I mean? Like they could have a whole system that's around that. And maybe that would make the ranger more appealing to a lot of people, right? And maybe more people would play the ranger if there was more options, right? Yet again, features that exist in original engine that are removed for no reason have it bit minis. Like battle system. Yeah, well, that's that's what I've always said. The way that I would love to see the mini pets being used is like as polymorph, right? Like if you add polymorph into the game, you can use mini pets as the polymorphs, and there's already so many mini pets in the game that you could have those in there, right? You could use the models of the mini pets, and it works because you have things like mini mini Jenna or whatever, right? And it's like, that doesn't make much sense in terms of like being a mini in the world of Guild Wars. But if you say, oh well, no, they created like a miniature version so that you could fight like an action figure. It's like an action figure, right? They made an action figure of Queen Jenna, and you can now use that to use with it in the polymorph arena. Like I think it makes sense in the lore standpoint too. Like, because at this point, what are minis in the world of Guild Wars? Like, no one knows what they are. They're just miniature versions of things that already exist. But why? Why are they there? Right? Like, it's so weird. And they could have a whole system around that, but oh well, they don't, and that's fine. Maybe they will at some point. Who knows? Right? So, I mean, I guess my question is, like, what is the thing that people want to see? So we're getting an overhaul to like looking for group, and like, with the quick play beta going on and stuff like that. Do you guys want to? What's the next system that you guys want to see like updated? What system in Guild Wars 2 do you guys want to see that like really needs an overhaul? Like if you had to pick one, right? Like if you have to pick one. Like, is it gonna be the pet thing, or is it like a bestiary, or is it like, for me personally, I think the achievements panel. That so needs an overhaul. I was trying to today, like, you guys know, my sister streams on TikTok, right? And she does all of her stuff, and she's been kind of like trying to do different things now. She's kind of trying to kind of spread out and do some other content and stuff, but the thing is that, like, I sit down with her because she had some questions about Guild Wars 2, and like I realized that she doesn't know anything about the game. Like, there's like really regular systems in the game that she doesn't understand, that she doesn't know. Like, she's been doing the Fractal quick play beta, and she's like, oh yeah, every night I sit down and I do the fractals, and I do I do for like a whole hour. I sit there and I just like queue for all these. She's like, I've gotten so many different things. Like, well, did you use them? She's like, oh well, I don't know where. I'm like, oh my god. So I just show her where the token vendor was to get those, right? And then I was like, okay, well, are you working towards your legendary gloves? And she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, when you like open your achievement, and she didn't even know what the hell the achievement panel was. I'm like, oh my god. So I had to like show her. I'm like, no, here, and you can like click on the eye icon, and it actually pulls it up, and you can like keep track of it, and you can click on it, and like that way you can see what else you need to do in order to like get these gloves unlocked. And she's like, oh okay. And I was like, yeah, because you want to get these, they added polymorph to Guild Wars 2, kind of hopeful that's the beta of it. Oh, they did. That's right. That's right. They did do that, didn't they? I totally forgot about that. People might complain about pay to win, right? If certain gem store exclusive minis are too strong. Well, they could. I mean, they could sell like. They could sell skins in the gem store with, like, for pets that already exist or something, like. That have the same abilities as pets that already exist. Like, they could sell mini pets in the store that have abilities. Like, it would be pay to win if they were stronger mini pets, right? But if they have the same, the same, like, let's take Queen Jenna for example. What if they have, they have Queen Jenna as the mini, right? Like, everyone has that, right? It's first birthday gift. Everyone has Queen Jenna as a mini, right? But then they have in the gem store a Queen Jenna that's like in some legendary gear, or in her like Festival of the Four Winds outfit, where she has that crown on, that purple outfit that she has, like just a different skin of it. You know what I mean? Where they could like just sell different skins of minis that already exist, or maybe different equipment, or maybe they could have animation sets where like the skills do the same thing, but now the animations of these are different. Like they look different when they use their attack or something like that. Or where they have legendary gear that they're actually wearing, like actually having weapons that are legendary gear, right? Where you have like, oh, you have a mini Logan Thackeray, and then you have a mini Logan Thackeray that's equipped in all legendary gear, right? And he's all shiny and like has all these infusions and stuff or whatever, right? Like I guess that there's different ways they could do it where with where it's not pay to win. I'd like to think. First time seeing Pedway. Is it strong for general PvE? Strong is a relative term. It's fun. For normal mode, it's okay. It's not bad. It doesn't require you to micromanage anything. It's not bad though. I'm having a good time with it. It's very simple. If you guys want to see what the setups, I can pull it up here. So this is what I have right now. So the idea was to have a Paragon setup because I wanted the Paragon, and the idea was that I use a lot of shouts that actually include not just party members but allies, which means that pets are also affected by it. So something like Stand Your Ground is all party members actually. I want something that's not party members. Go for the Eyes, right? Is for 10 seconds, the next time each ally within earshot makes an attack, that attack has an additional 86% chance to critical. So that is for everyone, including my pets, right? Because team members are only the 8 people that I have in the team. So the idea was to have Paragon use all their shouts to help everyone and heal everyone and do all of the different things, but also at the same time power up the pets and stuff. So it's not bad. Zaitan boss fight. Zaitan boss fight is a good one. Really want to see that too. I want to see a Zaitan boss fight redone, and then give me a strike mission that's a Zaitan boss fight. Love that. Love that idea. It's great. I want to see heroes come back, if only for the otherwise dead group content like dungeons. I don't know if I want to see, for something like dungeons, I don't necessarily want to see heroes. I would like to see just have it be soloable. Make it so that all of the dungeon stories, at least the dungeon paths, are soloable, and then maybe you could have something like heroes that you take on solo in the explorable dungeons or something. I could see that. Definitely want a bestiary, which could work in tandem of overhauling the achievement panel. Definitely. Seriously, just do a Dungeon Siege 2 did. The more you kill an enemy, the more info gets filled in that about that enemy. Every K9 mini has the same abilities, for example. Exactly, right? Exactly. So having every K9, and I didn't mean to ignore your message, Mitch King. So yeah, kill an enemy, get more info. They already had that set up anyways. Like that was already existing in early Guild Wars 2. So it's a system they've already programmed that they could easily do. Every K9 mini has the same abilities. Yeah, so that's exactly it, right? Like you have every kind of, you could have like any human that's a mesmer, they all have the same abilities. Any human that's an elementalist has the same abilities. Any human, or any Hylek mini, all of them have like the same abilities. Or like if they're part of like a specific, like any toxic alliance minis that you have, they all have the same abilities, right? Like or they have like a set of abilities that are like interchangeable or something like that, right? But you could have it to the point where all of them are the same. You just do the cosmetics, right? Like we do the gem stores for the cosmetics all the time, usually like it's convenience items and cosmetics. So you could have the entirety of the gem store items for the Polymock just be different skins and different animation things or whatever, right? So Mini Farron would save the queen and that shield with the Quaggan inside of it. That would be so funny. I would love that. Weapons of the 3 forges would be good for pets too. Not sure if it'd be that strong. But funny. Yeah, that would be really cool. Can't you do this with 8 pets? I could. I just don't have I just don't have two of my people set up with pets. So my two necros don't have any pets because my necros are ritualists because they have to heal the group. So they're necro ritualists, and not necro rangers because I need some kind of healing thing in there. So I decided to leave 2 out. So I could do this with 8 pets, but right now I only have 6. But yeah, that would be funny to use the 3 forges. Yeah, you could definitely do that if you're like a main ritualist, or yeah, if you're a main ritualist, you could definitely do that. Dungeon Siege 2 has so many features I'd love to be put into Guild Wars 2. One of my favorite RPGs when it comes to systems journal. Another is Planescape Torment, where your actual quest journal is the main character's physical body he writes on it. Ooh, that would be, I mean, that you would never see that in Guild Wars 2, but that's a great concept. Most dungeons you can technically do by yourself now, but you're still soloing group content. It's not something a casual story or a new player could do. It is because I think there need... Well, and I don't disagree with you. I just don't know. The problem with it is that I see is nothing against the heroes, but the problem is we need to start taking away the crutches of the new players, because the learning curve from going core Tyria into expansion and endgame content, there's no bridge. And something like the quick play beta, or like the they added that mode for raids where it's like easier. They have like every week it rotates through. I forgot what that was called, but all of those are crutches for new players, right? So what I want ArenaNet to do, rather than give crutches to new players to get into content, I want ArenaNet to get to the point where they get the player base better. You know what I mean? Like, I want them to get better at it. So that's why I want them to look at the dungeons, right? Because I think the dungeons would be a great example of introducing new players to endgame content, right? If you have soloable dungeons that you see in the open world, right? Like, someone might say, well, I don't, you know, all of the other endgame stuff is all tugged away in Lion's Arch and has its own like areas that you go to, whatever, blah blah blah. But as you level through to level 80, right, learning the game, learning your class, learning the things you're doing, and not getting anything explained at all, right? None of it gets explained. No mechanics in the game are explained to you in any shape or form, like actively. Like, yes, you can find certain menu things that tell you about it, and you can look at the wiki, and maybe, you know, you can read descriptions and stuff, but nothing is actively showing like, hey, this is how this works, right? Like, no one shows you actively, this is how Defiance bars work, right? It would be kind of nice to have the dungeons, which, you know, new players kind of come across as they venture around the world, be soloable, but challenging. So that they, like, I would like them to use that as a way to maybe teach people a little bit more about the challenging endgame content, right? Like, so while I like the idea of maybe having a henchman, I feel like that would just be a crutch and make content that just needs some revitalization and some maybe some changes to it in general, just kind of like not really more interesting, you know what I mean? So so I don't know. I kind of want them to revise all of the dungeons. That's pretty much what I'm saying. All right, I'm gonna take this. All right, we're going to floor 2. I don't know, but obviously there's different takes of it too, right? Like nothing. For those of you that are new, I know there's a couple of new people in here, right? You know, I see a couple of people that, you know, followed and stuff. We have this discussion all the time. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm dismissing any of you guys, or I'm telling you guys that your opinion is invalid or anything like that. So I just want to make that clear for the new people that are in here. We have this discussion all the time. We talk about this all the time. Mish King knows exactly what I'm talking about when I mention it. But you know, we talk about the word influencer and how like there's so many streamers that are like, they tell you like one thing is right and one thing is wrong and whatever. Like, I'm not like that ever. Okay, I don't want you to think that because I say this, because I perhaps might disagree with your opinion, that yours is any less valid than mine is. Okay, just because I have a partner tag does not mean I know more than you do. I have no idea about anything. Okay, so I just want to put that out there as always. I just don't want you guys to think that I'm just trying to be an asshole or that someone is wrong or whatever. That's never, ever, ever, ever my goal. So I just want to put that. I thought the new player experience would get better when the core game went free to play, but I haven't really heard good things about it. Well, the problem is that, and we talked about this too. So another partner recently on a stream that we did, God knows I remember which day that was. You guys can't even, you guys couldn't even look for it. It's on my YouTube channel. It's one of the older streams that I did, like not older streams, but one of the streams I did recently. It was like last week or the week before that or something. I had another ArenaNet partner that actually joined me in chat, and the ArenaNet partner Chicken Nooble. We talked about that, right? And we talked about how he had this really cool concept for like a tutorial area and stuff, right? But this comes up all the time. We talk about this one huge thing on our channel. Many people in my community and the people that are hanging out now and stuff, we agree. The thing we agree on the most is, I think that we want to see a core Tyria expansion that tackles the core maps of Guild Wars 2, and revitalizes them and adds proper tutorials of all of these things. Okay, because honestly, the game has so many different things, so many different systems, and so many mechanics, right? And it doesn't work like any other MMO, right? It's I consider it the Dark Souls of MMO. Okay, I consider Guild Wars 2, with the way that it functions and the mechanics, the Dark Souls of MMOs, because of how positioning works and how the combat system works and how like all of the stuff works. And ArenaNet has done a horrible job over these last 13 years explaining the game to the player base. Okay, even the most basic of things like dodging are horribly explained, and there's no proper tutorial, and something as essential as defiance bars have no tutorial whatsoever. Like, they're never explained. And so, you know, we talk about that all the time, you know. The dodge chest in various starter zones is the pinnacle of arena teachings, isn't it? Though, isn't it? That is how we fix teaching people, giving them. Ooh, look at this. Ooh, that's pretty. I like this. Ooh, there's a flame brazier. Let's see if there's any. There's nothing here. Okay, I gotta get this before I start. But yeah, so we've talked about this so much here on the channel, where we really need some overhaul to the core experience. And the thing is also, the core experience of Guild Wars 2 is not at all representative of, I don't know where I need to go. Like, do I need to fight them? Do I need to go in there? Or do they just like hang out? I don't know. Alright, well, I'm just gonna move on with my life. I'm gonna go up here. Area map. Actually, let's go there. Yeah, core tier is suffering the more, and it keeps just adding new expansions, new areas. You know, and just everything is designed, like power creep has taken over. We talk about this all the time as well. Power creep is like a huge thing. Like power creep now, what was I playing the other day? Oh my god, I was playing something. Oh, I was in Dragon Stand. Was it today? Yesterday? Today, yesterday? It was today or yesterday. I was in Dragon Stand. I haven't done Dragon Stand in years. And oh my god, all the enemies melted. Like, just me existing, I was like, oh, like Jesus in front of like demons. They were just like dissipating. I was like, what is even going on? Like, this is not the experience that I had playing through Heart of Thorns, where like I died just looking at a pocket raptor, you know? And I was like, ah, dead. Like, that's just how, like, you know, and now it's just like it's like I shoot laser beams out of my eyeballs. Like, holy crap, have things changed, you know? This is why WoW back in the day did Cataclysm, even though when we look back at it, Cataclysm wasn't pulled off as well as we'd hoped, won it. It was funny because that is when I played WoW, actually. It was during Cataclysm. I was never a huge WoW player, I played like bits and pieces. The most that I ever played at any time, where I was like kind of like months at a time that I spent in WoW, was during Cataclysm. Actually, never got to endgame or anything, but yeah. A lot of the systems introduced post-launch just didn't get a tutorial. But even systems that were introduced with the game didn't get a lot of like I mean, you talk about it like dodging, right? We have the dodge chest in the core game that doesn't explain it. Like that doesn't show you really, right? Like that doesn't explain to you that the amount of power that dodges really have. You know what I mean? Defiance bars are explained. You just need to play Living World Season 1, 2, Heart of Thorns, 3, Path of Fire, 4, Iceberg Saga, and then explains them out the first instance of End of Dragons. Yeah, my point exactly. Don't you love that? It's great. The gameplay in Guild Wars 2 in general was all mismanaged. Most people don't know all classes once had an energy system and they removed it because they planned so poorly. Hey, I made a short about that. I made a short about the energy system just the other day. It was like a month ago. I made a short about it. You should watch it. I had the opposite of power creep. I stepped away from the game for a while, then brought my old build into DLC and got mangled. Yeah, well, you did. I mean, you saw the other side of power creep, because ArenaNet power creeps the game, then creates new content to fit that power creep, and then they power creep the game more, and then they create content that fits that power creep, right? And they do that over 13 years, stacking on top of it, right? So if you're missing a couple of those, power creeping moments and how the builds change and stuff like that, and you go to the new content without having realized how much the power creep actually is and what things you need to change to get to that power creep level, right? You get demolished. So this is kind of like, and obviously the thing also is, and the reason why I call Guild Wars 2 the Dark Souls of MMO is because of the way that, you don't just go in, like with WoW and Final Fantasy XIV, you go in and you just have to learn the rotation of pressing the buttons. But Guild Wars 2 is so much more involved because it has to do with like positioning and dodging at the right time. And, oh, this mechanic's happening, and now you got to look away from the enemy, and now you got to step over on this side, and you got to go over here, and you got to help up your friend, you got to do all these different things, right? And those are all like, when you don't play Dark Souls or Elden Ring or anything like that for a long time, it's the same thing. You got to go in and you got to relearn it. It's like a skill, because it's skill-based. It's skill-based combat rather than just, oh, well, I got to press 3, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4. That's my rotation. Like, that's not how the game works. Which is a good thing. I like that. It's good the game has so many other merits because the skill system isn't one of them. I mean, it could be, right? I like the combat. I like the skill system in Guild Wars 2. I just think that, like you said, it's been mismanaged over so many years that I just think that it's kind of become a little bit of a mess. I think. I'd like to. What's down here? Let's have a look. Ooh, a crystal pond. Take a bath. All right, I love this. This is very. We have not seen a. Ooh, there's a thing there. Go, attack! There's no healer, so just attack whatever. I don't care. Ooh, okay. Crew member Chandra says, Glaive escaped with her ship, the Queen of Fools, abandoning all who couldn't make it. She sealed us in the underground tunnels. As Fendi's power waned, the deal's dark nature became apparent. It is a vicious cycle that will never end. We fight eternally. Ooh, that's very sad. It's very sad. Ember, why are you dead again? Get up. All the professions and their specializations play very differently into which is both great and overwhelming. It can be, right? And I think they need to do a better job, right? Like, because even the elite specializations aren't explained to you, right? Like, you have to always look at like YouTube videos, and you have to look at like, oh, a new expansion is coming out. I gotta watch the videos that ArenaNet provides in order for me to and watch their streams in order to understand what this new elite specialization does. Because going into the game, you know, you press the button, you change your elite specialization, but it doesn't tell you like, hey, this is what this does. There's no little video that pops up where they're like giving you a short introduction, you know, like when you switch from Core Necro to Reaper, where it's like, oh, your shroud is now a close range shroud, where you get a giant scythe, and like now you're like bam 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 hammering on the enemy like that, right? Like it just does a poorly job explaining anything all of the time, and that's very frustrating in a lot of different ways, you know. If they went to if they went the Guild Wars 1 route and kept adding tons of skills, then it could have been good. But something tells me they programmed themselves into a corner, and it wasn't easy for them to make more weapon types. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would like having them. See, the thing is, the idea of the thing is adding a ton of skills requires even more balance. And the problem is right now, ArenaNet has been freaking awful on the balancing. Right? Like, it's not over. Like, I've praised them, mind you. The last 2 balance updates they've done, I've praised them because I feel like they're going into the right direction with it. But on so many levels, they fail to properly balance everything. There's a meme in my community. There's a meme in my group of friends, in the people that hang out with me. Look up the skill Freezing Gust. I need to get Freezing Gust up on the screen. So like anytime someone talks about it, I just put that over my head. I just put Freezing Gust on my head and like, just look at this. This is all I need to say. So Freezing Gust, just for those of you that don't know, that is the, oh, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. So that is the focus 4 on water magic for the elementalist. Okay. And it is a skill that does it does like 3 seconds of chill or something. It's like a really abysmal amount of chill. It does like a really abysmal amount of damage, which by the way is bugged. Actually does 6%, almost 6% less damage than what the tooltip says. So it's a really weak skill, and it has like a 30-second recharge, and that's all it does. It is arguably the worst skill on any weapon in Guild Wars 2. Period. Okay. Now I talk about that because that skill has not seen an update to it in 12 years. It's a skill that hasn't seen an update to it. It's a garbage skill that's awful, and it hasn't seen an update in 12 years. So my thing with the idea of adding a ton of new skills is, well, they already have issues with balancing the skills they have right now. I don't trust them with adding the same amount of skills and saying, hey, here's all this, right? The reason why Guild Wars 1 didn't have a power creep and had easier balance for ArenaNet was because enemies used player skills. So when they went and they buffed in a player's skill, they inherently buffed that enemy as well. Meaning that any of the core, like, you know, any of the core whatever, core content, right, would be buffed by balance, by power creep, because they are like retroactively it would increase what that enemy does too. It's actually a pretty ingenious system when you think about it, right? Like, you want to balance it and you want to make something stronger, or you want to change what it does, or you want to blah 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 blah, right? Like, you can do that, and you don't even have to worry about over power creeping the content, because the enemies are going to get the same fix. So they're going to get stronger too, you know? And I think it's actually pretty good system, you know, I think. You can just spend 15 minutes reading every skill and trait and still not know how to play your new... Oh, at all, because it's skill-based, right? Again, games like Final Fantasy XIV and WoW have you press buttons. So reading the skill is all you really need to do, right? It's positioning. There's some positioning in there, obviously. You know, you have to, like, there's certain mechanics you have to do in raids and stuff like that. But for the most part, when it comes to combat, it's about pressing the buttons and targeting the right enemy, and pressing the buttons and targeting the right enemy, right? Like those two things. But the problem is that like in Guild Wars 2 that's not how that works, right? Like in Guild Wars 2 it's about like, you know, so many, like there's things that like if you attack from the side or if you attack from here or if you do this or you have to be next to there's so many different things that go into it, right? Decided to splurge this week's worth of acclaim on one of the hats, giving my elementalist more of a witch look. Oh, I love it. That's awesome. You should get a Freezing Gust shirt that just says why. Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good. I need to make new merch. Just so you guys know, I do have a small merch store if you guys ever want to. There's nothing crazy in there. There's nothing crazy in there, but if you guys ever want to support the channel, I need to write that down. That's a genius idea, dude. That is a genius idea. I don't know if that's allowed. I'm gonna have to look. Because, you know, art is proprietary automatically by the person that makes it, so I don't know if I can, like, I don't know, do something. I'm gonna have to look into that. I agree with the Guild Wars 2 system is just set up differently and harder to balance than Guild Wars 1. It shouldn't have messed with perfection. I mean, I like the Guild Wars 1 system. I don't disagree with you. I wish they would have kept at least the concept of taking the Guild Wars 1, like having enemies use player skills, right? Like if they had done that in Guild Wars 2, I can guarantee you right now that the power creep wouldn't be as bad in the core game, right? If enemies used player skills and they had player classes like their rangers and guardians and warriors and mesmers and revenants and whatever, right? Then the power creep wouldn't be as bad because whatever power creep we're doing to the player is now happening to the enemy, and boom, we don't have to worry about, oh, the core game doesn't reflect what the end game does, because it's gonna still be difficult. It's still gonna be a difficult game to play. But now you like look at it banded in Queensdale and it falls over dead. Like it's just that bad, right? Like it's awful. Yeah, I'm looking at Freezing Gust on my Elementalist right now. 217 damage, 25-second cooldown, 3 seconds. It's awful. It is a terrible, terrible skill. I still love Guild Wars 2, by the way, but obviously Guild Wars 1 is my baby. And that's okay. And that's, you know, you can prefer one over the other. It's not, you know, I know a lot of people is always like, you know, you have to either like one or the other. You can't like both of them. I'm like, I love both games for what they are, right? Like, I love both games for what they are. And I know that both games have flaws and both games have amazing things in them, right? Like there's lots to love and certain things to hate. The actual word arena ANAT is not copyright. Yeah, the actual word ANAT is not copyright. That would be funny. Freezing Gust. Why ANAT? That is actually pretty good. I might look into that. I might look into making some merch like that, because I would love to, like, here's what I do. Here's what I would do. Anytime we have a balance update, I'd be wearing that shirt and I'd be like, guys, look at it. Look at it. There's no Freezing Gust update again. Until they do the Freezing Gust update, and then I gotta get rid of that shirt. That's fucking great. One of the reasons I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 in favor of Guild Wars 1 was because I lacked that skill. I just couldn't keep up with the game anymore. Well, you can find, you know, I mean, if you wanted to, you could look into, maybe finding. Ooh, hello. We got the gods on the ceiling here, you guys. Dwayna, Balthazar, Melandru, and what's her name? Lissa, Grand. But you could find some low APR builds, right? You could find some builds that are very easy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I play very simple builds. Okay, I always play very, very simple builds. I do not like very complicated builds. I don't like swapping weapons. I don't like having rotations that are like, you got to do this and this and this and this and this and this and I just want to play. I want to press like 3 buttons and maybe evade an attack and be good. Okay, so I totally get where you're coming from. Like, I don't know. I just totally like the Yeah, new shirt, then freezing gust. Is it too OP? We can't win. Dude, that'd be so funny. I really want to do that freezing gust. Um freezing gust image. Or like I really want to do that. I gotta see if I can do that. I mean, you know, it's just such a laughable skill. Like, I look at that skill, I don't know what I'm really supposed to do here. So, oh wait, wasn't there treasure here? Yeah, a lot of it. All right, we'll get that as we go. Um, Guild Wars 1 also has heroes, so like Guild Wars 2 never stood a chance in the end. Well, I get that too. Okay, I don't have a thing to hold the fire. Does that get dropped by that enemy group down there? I'm gonna have to. I don't know what's going on here. I haven't found one yet. Yeah, we were talking about way early on. So right now I'm doing a playthrough of Rayman. SWTOR was not good. Well, because it was the tap targeting. Tap targeting is a thing of the past. Okay, developers need to move away from using tap target as their battle system. Okay, it's a thing of the mid 2000s to late 2000s. Okay, maybe early teens, 20 teens, right? Like, but we got to move away from that. Okay, like we need action combat. Okay, like if you had SWTOR with a action combat, dude, I'd be playing it right now. Okay, I'm just saying. Until Guild Wars 2 adds heroes. But anyway, so we were talking about find another game. So I'm playing through Rayman right now on my YouTube channel. So for those of you that are on Twitch, I do have a YouTube channel. I do stream on both. Just so you guys know, that's why we're interacting in chat. So the chat above me over here, the chat above me is both YouTube and Twitch. So the chats that you guys see, that's why I have the chat up, so you guys can see both. But I'm playing through Rayman right now. But I talked about how like some older games, you know, just what was the other game? Oh, we were talking about Crusader of Senti. If you guys have never played Crusader of Senti, it's one of my childhood games. One of my favorite games. It's so fun. I really enjoyed it. It's so good. It's for the Sega Genesis. If you have a Nintendo Switch online service on your Switch 1 or 2, if you have an online service, the Sega Genesis emulator that they have on there, the little, you know, online thing or whatever, it has Crusader of Senti. If you like animals and you like Zelda-style RPGs, I 100% recommend playing that game. It's super fun. It's super cute. It has a great soundtrack. But I talked about how, like, in that game, it has an interesting combat system where, like, you can have two animals following you, and depending on which two you have, they combine their powers into, like, different things that you can do. And it's such a really cool, unique way, and way ahead of its time, too. And, you know, just like Guild Wars 1, it's like, there's no game like that, really, that plays like that, you know? And I really wish that someone were to look at that concept and be like, man, this is a great game. Like, let's make a game that is our own IP, but it plays like that. You know what I mean? Crusader of Senti. I can probably find an image of it. Crusader of Senti, it's such a fun game. It is super fun. It's really cute. It was called differently in Europe. If you're European, or if you're European, it was called Soleil, which actually means sun in French. I don't know why they called it that. I don't know why they changed that. Let me pull it up here though. Picture. I just want a picture, please. There we go. Thank you all. Thank you. It's fine. I'll just send the image right now. Oh my god, it keeps doing that to me. There it is. There it is. So that is the cover art. You'll see it like that. So if you pull up your Sega Genesis on your Nintendo Switch, you see that game. If you like Zelda, if you're a fan of like old school Zelda, like Link to the Past, you know, that type of stuff, like top down sprite art or whatever, I highly recommend it. It's a really cool story. It's really, really awesome. It's very heartwarming and has a super fun battle system with like different animals that you can find and has cool puzzles. The soundtrack is fantastic. It's really, really good. Not a well-known game, but it's definitely the Zelda game for Sega. It really was. It really, really was. And I don't think it gets enough attention. I did a playthrough of the channel as well. So if you guys want to check out my YouTube channel, I do have a playthrough of CORSAIR of Senti there as well. It's only like 7-8 videos. It's not a long game. Okay, it's a story-driven game. It's not an open world game. It's like Mish said, it's pretty much the the Zelda of Sega Genesis. It plays just like that. It just has some very unique items to it. So, so that was that game. There you go. That's a great game. But that's one of those games where I sat down and I'm like, man, that combat system would be really, really cool to be used even in RPGs nowadays. Like, they could definitely take that and do something with it. This brigand is a boss. So, okay, I need to kill, let's go for this guy. Let's go for the, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah. I mainly meant the SWTOR companions. You only got one at a time and their skills have very limited customization. They can't use what you use, and SWTOR story is good and game has good merits. Yeah, the story is good. I just find the tap targeting, it's just very boring. It's very, you know, I don't know. There's something about it. It's not a very exciting game. It gets very stale really very fast to me. But yeah, the companions could have been more exciting too, I think. I love that game. Blah, blah, now they're just heal bots. Yeah, pretty much, right? Like I played it very recently, probably about a year ago or something. I played some The Old Republic, and you know, it's not a bad game. Ah, there's the chest, the magical chest with my unlit torch. Off we go. It had better, more RPG-like stuff in it compared to Link to the Past, though, which Shigeru Miyamoto doesn't like. He hates RPG stuff. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, it did have, I don't know, it had like the same amount, like you find the golden apples to increase your health, right? And like every golden apple gives you like extra health, and it's Metroidvania in the sense like anytime you get a new pet, it opens up new areas that you can explore, right? Because that pet's ability you can use, right? And it has all these cool animals that you can have with you, right? Like it has the caterpillar that turns into like a butterfly, and then it has the you know, it has the penguin and the lion and the you know, so many really cool animals that like it's just, I'm like, oh man, I love that. It's so cool. So cool. Maybe being so excited for the mixing of class skills updates in ESO that lasted like 1 week. I found ESO so drab. Yeah, I need, I don't know, like I said, I know which game did it to me. There's one specific game that really that kind of got me to the point where I started not being okay with tap targeting, and that was Dragon Nest. Okay, Dragon Nest was the first like action game that I played, like action. Oh, there's a fourth creature I didn't see. Ooh, do I have enough time? I can make it. Okay, so enemies spawn. I guess I gotta kill these guys. Alright, let's drop these. I still gotta get all the treasure here. Is there treasure right here? But yeah, Dragon Nest was the first game that really made me, so I got 130 gold out of that. That's pretty good. Take that. Yeah. But ever since then, I've slowly, like, there was a point in time, just so you guys know, there was a point in time where I almost quit Guild Wars 2. And that was before the action camera was introduced. I now exclusively play with action camera. That is the only way that I play Guild Wars 2. And I almost quit because they didn't have action camera. And then when they introduced action camera, I was like, this changes everything for me. Because at the time, I was playing so much Dragon Nest that I was like, man, why doesn't Guild Wars 2 play like this? This is how I want my game to play. And like, it just felt really, really good. And yeah. Once they added action camera, I exclusively play action camera now. Alright, I'm gonna start looking for treasure. I got the rest of this. Revive Ember. I got 179 gold out of this. I'm curious to see how the Visions of Eternity Elite specs have changed. Oh, we got a ghost friend. Oh, there we go. See, it's hidden by the grass. You can barely see him. There's one down there by the unlit torch. Gotta remember that. Oh, that's a dwarven friend. Dwarven ghost friend. And then Lost Ark added that new paladin female class and got bored of that in a week. Really? That's interesting. I have not. I honestly, for me, like I said, anytime I log into that game and I get bombarded with all the, here's all these boxes and you have 200,000 of this and you have this and you have that and your inventory is full, by the way. And it's like, okay. I'm overwhelmed. Anytime I log in, I get absolutely just, and now I have this, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost, because I just think of the game and I get anxiety. Like I think about logging into Lost Ark and I get anxiety because I'm like, oh my god, there's gonna be all these things that are gonna be popping up and I feel like I'm missing out on everything because I don't know how to use everything properly, and there's all these resources that are not explained to me or that were explained to me like 3 years ago and I don't remember what they do, and then I gotta Google a bunch of shit and it's bad. I don't know. Oh, there's one. Definitely done with Lost Ark and ESO forever, never touching them again. I mean, I don't know. I might touch those again, but just to kind of hang out and play a little bit, you know, and you know, if I'm really bored, like there's moments where I'm bored of Guild Wars 2, you know, there's moments where I'm like, man, I don't really feel like playing Guild Wars 2 anymore. Like, and I take a break. You know, you have to take breaks. You can't always play the same game. You have to play different games, you know. Is this all of them in here? I don't see any more blue. Or turquoise or whatever that color is. Terra Action Combat with Guild Wars 1 Professional Skill System would be perfect MMO. See, like, why don't people make that? You know, instead we get, like, Korean garbage. Like, Ion 2 is coming out, and, like, I don't think it's going to be good. It looks like any other knockoff Korean MMO. Like, it doesn't look good. It looks like any other one of those games. So I'm like, I don't know why people... I've seen so many people that are like, oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm like, why? You have played this game. You have played this game so many times. Because it looks like any other... It looks like Soul and Blade. It looks like all of those. Why are you excited? Like, just don't... It's not the same game as what you played, like, years ago. Trust me on that. Whoa! There's 5 treasure chests right in there. Wow, my ghost immediately died. But honestly, if I hear any word of Neverwinter finally adding another new class, I'll pick that game up again. And it consists... I kind of want... Oh, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And welcome. Not a name I've seen before, so that's new. Yeah, I don't know. Neverwinter is one of those that I kind of want to maybe get into. Like, play a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Okay, we still have healers up. We gotta get rid of these guys. Still have this healer up. Okay. Yeah. Boom. Damage there. And the consistency in the art direction of Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2 is too all over the place and not a serious art direction. Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know. I guess the management of Guild Wars 2 has been lackluster. Oh my god, we gotta get these dead. We gotta get these dead and we gotta get reprogrammed for the next fight. Oh god, we're so done. We might die. That's okay. Oh god, so many brutes too. I gotta get everyone attack that guy in the back there. Oh, don't run away now. I'm running over there. I'm going in. Yeah. What? Oh my god, Ember, you died at the worst possible moment. Are you kidding me? Jeez. Now we do it. Yeah. All right, perfect. Perfect. We did it. We survived, you guys. Guild Wars 2 art is amazing, and I think direction is great. That's why I play single player stuff. I don't just play. I haven't played much stuff because my controller broke. Getting a new one for my birthday. Nice. Action combat falls apart at the seams a little at higher ping. Oh yeah, I guess I do see the issue with that. I can see that issue for sure. So I will 100% agree on that. Higher ping, you know, that kind of makes it iffy. Guild Wars 2 maps look great, but I'm more talking about how many crazy items there are, and that. Well, the problem was that once they opened the floodgates that are shiny things, and there was a very specific moment that I remember in time where they added, whoa, look at that! There's so many treasures in here. There was a moment in time I remember specifically when that happened, when they added these things into the game, into the gem store. I remember people saying like, and there it is. It's been taken over by all the flashy, crazy things, and I kind of had to agree. I was like, well, there it is, right? From what I understand as well, one of the reasons that did happen is because, and I could be wrong on this. This is just something that I heard at some point in time, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I have no idea, but I heard that ArenaNet outsources their design on gem store items. That's why some of the gem store items look like they don't really belong in Guild Wars 2, because they hire like artists outside of ArenaNet to design those things. I don't know how true that is. I heard that it kind of made sense for me because of, you know, different reasons like we talked about, but I don't know. Is there something in that corner or no? I don't see. Is there like treasure back here? I can't. Oh my god, I can't see. No, I think I'm just gonna go past there. People are excited, Raleigh, because ass and titties. Isn't that sad? It's so sad. Like, I get it. You want to watch porn, but like, is that really what it comes down to? Is like, just because ass and tits are there and they're jiggly and they're big and they're, you know, like half naked in combat, like, is that really, is that all we want? Is that all we want now out of games? Is that where it ends? Trust me, don't get me wrong, I like hot characters like the next person, but I need some substance to my games. Like, holy crap. Whoa, look at this. Hello. I want to read all of these scrolls, please. And with that, I'm about to get rest. Have a good night. Not really a party, you're just gonna chill and have lunch. Nice. We did the project where 3 artists designed weapons that we do collections, talking to ghosts and such. They did do that, yeah. But that was like a specific like event, right? That they did where they were like, "Hey, you can win." Oh, that's so cool. Do you guys see that? You can see through it. It's glass. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god. Stained glass windows like that. We've always seen the stained glass, but we could never see through them. Now we can actually see through them. Look, you guys. It's Oreen. Look, you guys. It's a person. Or a thing. Or whatever. This one's butt is out. Listen, it's okay. Some of my characters half naked too. I get it. Okay, but if that's what we're basing on being excited about games, or what we want to see in games is like tits and ass, like, man, I don't know. That just kind of is shame. That's a shame to me. I like this chess ass floor that we have in here too. Okay. Well, the substance can come from the story. My character needs to be scantily clad for immersion. I mean, I get it, right? Like, I want my characters to look badass. I want my characters to look cool. I get some people want, like, attractive looking characters, or, you know, they, like, you know, I've heard about guys that play female characters because that's, you know, they design it after their dream girl or whatever, right? I get it, right? Whatever. Like, I totally, you know, it's fine. But I just, you know, I don't know. Specifically when it comes to, like, Korean MMOs, they all look the same. Like, they all look the same. These are all, like, copy-pasted characters, which makes them not, like, they don't feel unique at all. And that, I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that a lot. What is happening with the camera there? Is that because of that? I think that's because of that. Yeah, I draw the line at scantily clad lowly characters or stereotype characters. No thanks. You know, I mean, I don't know. To each their own. It's nice to have the... Can we see on the other side of this? What is... Oh, no, it's just like... Okay. Did you guys see that? Storage. Should I have brought the brazier with me, the thingy? I guess I should have brought the unlit torch with me. I left it in the last room. I gotta go back. Gosh dang it. I thought they would give me a new one, but no, they did not. Yeah, I don't know. I get the, you know, like I said, I get the appeal of having customizable characters and doing with them what you want, right? And representing whatever you want them to represent and stuff like that. I totally get that, you know, but I want something unique, and Guild Wars 2 kind of has that, right? Like Guild Wars 2, like the races feel thought out. You know, they feel like there was thought put into them. So I don't know. I can't, if I compare it to something like Ion, I'm just like, that's so cookie cutter. Like, you know, tits and ass and cookie cutter tits and ass. It's just like, ugh. Well, since you mentioned it, that is Terra's downfall too. You can't go into town without seeing pedo characters ever. Yeah, and I just, it's like, I mean, I don't know if that's the downfall there, but there's I think the reason why Guild Wars 2 has survived for so long is because there's some uniqueness to it, right? It doesn't look like a cookie cutter MMO, and I think so many MMOs have failed because they look cookie cutter, and they have like cookie cutter systems, and they don't have anything unique to them, you know? I like that the option is there in Guild Wars 2, but I love seeing it all the time. And that's okay. You know, we get joke characters. You know, we get those big Norn that have all the infusions on them and have that big mustache that's pink and they're half naked and they're hopping around and they're called, like, you know, Super Gummy Bear or whatever, right? Like, it whatever, right? Like I said, the option is there. I like to do my characters not as flashy. I don't like to do my characters super flashy. I don't like to make them in like super shiny stuff. I don't like to have a lot of infusions on. I don't like to do all of that stuff, right? But having the option to, but it's also like the problem also is that not only do in Korean MMOs and MMOs like Ion and those, right? It's not just simply that the the option is there to make characters like that, but it's also that like the NPCs that you talk to look like that, right? Like they don't have regular looking people, right? Like every NPC you talk to is like some muscle guy, right? He's like goes to the gym like 17 hours a day, and like lives on eating steroids, like every woman has like giant boobs and a giant ass, like even NPCs you talk to, right? And that's like just not realistic. That's not how characters are. That's not how the world works, okay? And that's just, another thing that I really hate about those types of games. It's like you get the same, like that's one of the reasons why I stopped playing Genshin Impact, because you only have what, four character models? Four character models. But you have like 100 different like heroes to choose from. But I'm like, they all use the same four models that are just recolored, like and it's just like, that's boring and that's lame. I don't know, I don't like that. In the past year or so, ArenaNet's been going crazy with giving us bikinis and more skin on characters. Wonder if it will happen with more. Probably. Kind of excited what the new armor could be. I mean, like I said, I do like some characters to, look like that too. I like that too. I like looking at that as well. But like I said, I think for me, it's not necessarily that like all the people make themselves look like that, but it's also that like they all look the same. Like all the Korean MMOs have characters that all look the same. It's so boring. Besides what we can earn in game for collections, I do wonder what the Vault will have. Also, my first Shadow of the Mad King, I'll be able to grab that special armor set. Probably go for medium this time. The medium head is really cool. The head armor on that is so cool. I love it. All right, do we have something down here? Nothing of interest. Okay. On the flip side, it is impressive how they can make so many character designs from only 3 months. I mean, it is impressive, right? Like, I get that. But you start seeing like they all move the same, they all dodge the same, they all use their abilities the same, and it just becomes like, it's just another skin of the same character that I've been playing. It's just, he just has a different element to him. Like, I don't know. That's why I think like the Guild Wars 2 races, for example, they're so unique. Even the non-playable races. When you look at something like, we have Sylvari, which are like kind of like elves, but they're not really like elves, right? So you kind of have that. And then you have like, but they're like tree people, and they actually, you can change their like tree look to them, which makes them unique to the elven races, right? Then you have humans are regular humans, because you need something that's a standard class that anyone can like, oh, okay, well, I don't know anything about these races, I can just be a human, like you gotta have that option. What's happening here? What's happening is this guy is healing all of his friends, and I don't like that. Get him! Ember, get up and attack. It's a command. Okay. And then you have the Asura, which are like, they're like gnomes, but they're not really gnomes, right? Like, ArenaNet did a really good job with like sitting down and making the races kind of like, hey, they're this type of race, right? They're the gnome race, or they're the elven race, right? But they're different, and they're very unique. And even in the way that they look and they speak, and they have their own lore, and they have their own like story, and they have their own things, right? Like, that's cool, right? Like the Char are like the Tauren of Guild Wars 2, but they're not like that. They're not like Minotaurs, right? They're like, they're cat people. Like, it's different, I like that. I think that's really cool. John Generico and My Human Warrior. What? I'm confused. Oh my god, Gwen, get up your Strider. Get your Strider up, I mean. Alright, we're moving on. We're going on to the next level. All right, level 3, you guys. Let's do it. Ooh, I like this. This is very like that one area in like what's that game called? Expedition 33. Kind of looks like that, right? Like that. Bats flying around. Average is the new player who only plays human, only plays male, and only plays what? Oh, I got it. Yeah. Okay, I understand. John generic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's true though. And you're right. It's true. I mean, most of my characters are humans, just because I don't know. I just like humans. I like Sylvari. I have some Norn. I've started. Norn originally were my least favorite class or race of in Guild Wars 2, and they're now like kind of there. The Asura are too small for me. They're too clunky. You can't really see the fashion on them. You know, on them you have to do like big burly things and shiny stuff in order to really get like an effect on fashion. And I don't like how small they are. They feel like I feel like I'm playing as a child. You know, I'm just like, I don't know. And Char are like too clunky. They're too big and clunky for me. But that's just like personal preference. But I love how unique the races are in Guild Wars 2. Right? You look at Quaggan, you look at Skrit, you look at Largos, you look at Odin. Like, yeah, okay. You know, the thing is, you know, other games have their bear people and their rat people or whatever, right? But the lore of Guild Wars is so deep and so rich that they really were able to carve out this class or this race to be very unique, and I love that. Please don't say the Q word. It sends me into a frenzy. Quaggan? Why? Why is Quaggan the one? Why is Quaggan the word? I must know. I'm so curious now. Okay, everyone's back up. Alright, I'm just gonna defeat these enemies around here. Before I do anything, I'm just gonna defeat the enemy. This is gonna be rough, isn't it? Yeah, this is gonna be rough, you guys. Alright, let's try it. Stop blocking! Okay, one of the healers is done. Get the other healer. If we can get both of the healers, we'll be okay. We'll be fine if we can get both of the healers. Come on, do it. Yes, okay, perfect. So we'll be okay. Even if we die now, we'll be able to pick them off because they don't have a healer. So they should slowly but surely. Oh, maybe not. Oh my god. I think I made one of every race, but Norn ended up my favorite. Big people, good. I actually like them a lot now. I actually like their models, and I like their animations and a lot of the attacks and stuff. I just hated the whole that they were kind of like in Guild Wars 2 they were kind of reduced to just being these like ale chugging big people, right? They were just like big drunk humans, and that's all they were. And I'm like, I hated that, but now I've been really liking their animations a lot. I really like the animations that they have for combat and stuff. So I'm like, man, I'm really enjoying this now. I'm enjoying them a lot now. I love the Char movement animations, the way they sort of bound when they move, and their sheer size is so cool as a warrior guardian. It is cool, but I don't see myself maining that or playing that a lot or whatever, you know. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So there's a door. There's a door here that's closed. Let's go down. There's nothing down here. Okay. Can you guys revive your pets? What's happening here? It's just a cemetery of dead animals. Who is... General Morgan has the Reef Lurker? Okay. Everyone's back up. No, I'm on a mission to achieve world peace. I don't care how many Quaggan I have to kill to get it. Oh my god. Since when are the Quaggan the one that are like the anti-world peacers? Quaggan are so cute though. You can't tell me Shushudu is not a cute as oh god. Okay. I'm gonna drop this off here. Yeah, we're in the poison area. This is not good. I need it. Oh, no. Oh, Ember, you died at the worst possible time every time. I died. I'd have played more Savari if they had more leafy armor options. They have their cultural armor, the Twilight sets, and I don't think there was much else after that. There wasn't. And that is definitely one of the things that they think. I think they should add that, right? And that's something that if we think about it, they can add that into like a Cortairia expansion, right? Like how about a tier 4 and a tier 5 set of cultural armor? This is just a cycle of me getting up and dying over and over again. This is just bad. Just kill the group, please. Because now we have another group involved, and then there's another group, and all these groups. We're gonna have to fight our way through here first, so. Don't let their cuteness fool you. Come on, Quaggan are awesome, dude. What do you think about Choya? What do you think of the desert Quaggan? Norn males being gigantic walls of muscle, but Norn females being human female scale. That was also kind of goofy. Yeah, I guess, right? They should have been more muscly, I guess. God, this is an annoying fight. This dungeon is taking me forever, by the way. We'll only be able to do one dungeon today. Big good. Yeah, and I think the fashion on them looks really good too. I think because you can see like more of the detail on a lot of the armors just because they are bigger. So I like that. I like that a lot. I just like playing humans. I don't know, human males. Get that wizard. I'm just standing in the AoE, I don't care. This is actually working for me, so I'm gonna revive Ember. Okay, the priest is, I think the priest is reviving people. I need to put an end to that. I could summon Ridlock, but I'm not going to do that. I have a 4-leaf clover. I could use that. I'm probably going to have to because we're all dying a lot right now. Okay, everyone come back. Let's pull back a little bit. Let's pull back a little bit. And let's kind of do this. There we go. This should work now. Trey, make me want to equip my pruning mods. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know. I find Quaggan okay. I find Skrit okay. But I hate Choya. I really do hate Choya. When they were first shown, I'm like, okay, I get it. But it's like you've now introduced another comedic relief race. I'm like, how many of those do we need? How many races do we need to have that are just the the joke race, right? We already have two. Now you added a third one. I enjoy Squid humor. I do too. I do too. And I just, and that was always the thing to me. Like, Squid were like the funny ones, the humorous ones, and Quaggan were the cutesy ones. And now we tried to do like Choya, which is like a combination of both of those. And I'm like, I don't know about that. This is also gonna be rough, isn't it? That Reflurker. Can someone do the thing? He has like no energy. How can I get you more energy is my question right now. I've been noticing that he has like no energy. Why does he have no energy regeneration? Is that what we get? We get no. Why does he only have one? Something is preventing him. Oh, that's why. Energy on hit. So he gets more energy on... I gave him like a random spear. Yeah, I don't know. That's for stuff that ruins the overall art direction though. It isn't that it's bad, it's just it doesn't feel like a serious game. Guild Wars 2 did have some jokes things, but it was very minimal. If you go into town, the players and NPCs still fit the world aesthetic. Yeah, I know. I agree. Yeah, it's rough, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. I think ArenaNet at times they try to do too many things and they try to appeal to too many different crowds all at once. And it's like ArenaNet, I feel like sometimes they just really need to pick a path, right? They really need to pick a path on like, okay, what are you going for? Who are you trying to appeal to? Because if you try to appeal to everyone, you're going to appeal to no one, right? Like that's how it's going to be kind of be, and it's just I don't know. Like, to me, the worst instance of Guild Wars 2 altogether was the instance at the end of Dragons for like the Gyaladelph release, where you go on a date with the person that you chose. Like, don't get me wrong, I get that we're trying to like build, but it was so out of what Guild Wars 2 was, right? Like, why are we playing a dating simulator? Like, why am I in the middle of like, this is the end of a world crisis. Yeah, let's go on a date and like let's sit there. And it's like that's never been the thing. Like, I hate that so much. When my dad first showed me the Abaddon dance, I laughed so hard I got lightheaded. That was good. I feel like most players still don't know that one. Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of missed that one, which is actually kind of cool because they brought it back in Guild Wars 2. And attack. All right, I do a ton of damage with that at least, so that's good. They did what? So if you dance in front of like Abaddon statues anywhere in Guild Wars 2, at the same you actually die too. Like, he doesn't dance, but like Abaddon's is back. Yeah, so you end up getting killed. There's one in the Crystal Desert that's like hidden away. It's in the northeastern side of the third map. I forgot the name of it. The Desolation, like where the waterfalls are. You can go in there. There's a sand portal. You can go in there. If you dance in front of that statue, you die. I think the one in the Dermot Priory I think if you dance in front of that one, you die as well. I want to say. The one in the special collections. I want to say. I could be wrong on that though. So he doesn't dance because obviously we don't get to see Abaddon in Guild Wars 2. You know what I mean? So we don't get to see that. But yeah, the idea still is that he still punishes you for dancing. Oh, come on. There's not a healer in that group at all, though. I don't know how tough that will be. That Strider is still dead over there. Yeah. Oh, wrong. Oh my god. Every time, Ember, every time I want to use that ability, you die. I mean, it's just like, you die based on me using that. Like, what the heck? Wish I'd heard about that when I still had the game installed. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is, but those, yeah, that does, and I think that's like a hidden achievement. I think you get like a hidden achievement for, I think for dying in front of like any of the statues or something. I don't know. The item that people still complain about most is Chaos Gloves because they stick out so much and are such a status item, because it would be one of the tamest things. It's yeah, the shininess, you know, yeah, I get that. I'm not a big fan of that as well. I don't like that either. Like I said, I have very plain looking characters, but I've kind of learned to ignore it. I mean, I honestly make fun of people that look like suns. You know, they're like their own solar system because they have all these things flying around them and they're shiny and they have this equipped, and you know, they just like, you know, they look ridiculous, right? Like, I make fun of them, but I've learned to kind of ignore it. And like, I just don't buy the shiny shit, right? Like, that's what I've learned to do, is like, I learned to just sit there and ignore it, right? Like, ignore the stuff that comes out there that's just not what what I don't think is tasteful, or, you know, fits into the game or whatever. Fits my image of it. They don't go with any armor. They don't go with any armor in Guild Wars 2 either. I've tried to equip them like so many times. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll do some chaos gloves. No, they don't fit on anything ever. Like, it's kind of weird. I just think they're a bad item. Huh. I like the Mesmer version since they're small, very small compared to the other. Oh yeah, that's right. They have like just the hand gloves, right? They don't go up the arm. Is there still no treasure anywhere? I wonder if there's like, oh, you know what? There's that door in the early parts. That probably is like a secret. There's probably like a secret switch to go in there or something. Okay, let's go. I want to go around this way. I want to kind of see if there's anything, because I see those guys there. Is there a secret switch somewhere? There's something in there. Yeah, that is a cool. But you can kind of make that happen in Guild Wars 2 as well. If you wear something that has like long sleeves, you only get the hands that glow. So you can kind of create that too. Like I said, I just choose not to wear that armor. You know, I for my personal use, for my personal whatever, you know, I like to just go in and look how I want to look. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. So it's just part of that. You just got to learn to ignore it, you know. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. You know, I guess they gotta sell the gem store skins somehow, right? And what better way than to make them shiny so that the whales can sit there and provide hundreds of thousands of dollars. The shiny silver armor set that you get as a reward, as achievement point. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually, I got the back piece finally the other day, which I'm like, oh yeah, I finally got the back piece. Ooh, look at that. Hopefully someday MMOs find a way to survive without a cash shop driving their game. I mean, it has to be something, right? Like, if it's not the cash shop, it has to be a subscription. If it's not a subscription, it has to be pay to win shit. I don't know. It's unfortunate, but that's just kind of how it goes. Pipe dreams. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, the problem is just that we're living in like a capitalist world right now, so it's kind of all about that money, you know, making that money. Year 0 guild was soon before the gemstone really took off and the core legendaries were the loudest items in the game. Yeah. Missed those times, but those are gone. We should just be, you know what we should do? We should just go into the game and just stalk and abuse and just do horrible things to people that wear all the shiny stuff. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do any of that. Don't ever do that. I didn't mean any of it. I swear to God, I didn't mean any of it. No, we should not do that. Watch my partnership. Watch my partnership just the actual image just dissipate as I say this. And I don't say that just because I'm partner. I say that because it's just, we shouldn't, no one should ever do that, okay? I'm on a captain, so Roddy since, Raleigh told me to do it. It's like, no. No, he didn't. He was lying. He was making a goof. A goof and a gaff. But yeah, I don't know. I like I said, the only thing we can really do, that clip out of context would be diabolical. Oh my God, that'd be so funny. I would crack up laughing. I mean, it's easily explained, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't even be mad, but it's all about the delivery, you know? When I said it, I was like, I can't smile. I just have to be very serious. Like, okay, guys, we got to go in there. We got to tell them what POSs they are and just stalk them, abuse them, do all the mean things to them. God, no. Oh, Ember's dead. Alright, there's a locked chest. There's a beacon of Draknar. I don't understand. There is a secret there. I just don't know how to get into it. Is there like a secret switch like way down here maybe? Let's see. No, there's nothing. I feel like I missed something. I know I missed something. Because we saw enemies in this area right over here. And I haven't been able, and it doesn't look like I'm gonna get to go back to them. But maybe, oh, doing the Doing the flame braziers might actually activate that? I don't know. See, there's enemies in there. I see the enemies in there. I don't know. I do agree that the more grounded cosmetics look a lot nicer, but having 1 or 2 meme loadouts or even meme characters was fun in its own way. And, you know, and yeah, I can see that too. I mean, I have so many character slots, so I'm not surprised that I don't have more shiny characters. But yeah, I agree. I'm gonna drop this here. I gotta defeat all these guys first. Still no treasure. There has to be a treasure, like a secret treasure room, because we haven't seen any treasures yet at all. So 100% there has to be. They can't get to him. They're getting body blocked. All right, time to use this. I'm dead. The thing is, for me personally, I play the game to immerse myself, and so it breaks the immersion for me, right? Like, anytime I see something like that, it just immediately breaks the immersion for me. And I play the game to immerse myself, to get away from all this, right? To like just be in there, and I just can't do that when you have these loud armor sets that just feel so out of place, and you know, you're like a giant walking disco ball. It's just oh my god, no, you know. So, but that's the lore enthusiast in me. That's the person that really cares about those those are my values when it comes to playing video games in general. I like the immersion, I like the story, I like the characters, I like the world, and I like to have it feel all very connected on the same level, you know? Alright, I'm gonna defeat all of them in here, because there's a lot of braziers in here. I have a feeling the secret switch is like way at the end of this tunnel somewhere. And then I gotta go way to the beginning to get into that area. I remember I made my Guardian look like a stereotypical paladin most of the time, but then one loadout was this hideous gaudy pink and green armor. Oh my god, I love it. Was it a Norn, or what was it? Was it like a male Norn or female Norn or something? This is always the most effective on a Norn. You know, because they're so big. Do they have a healer? They don't. We shouldn't be dying. Let's kill these brutes. I'm not playing very effectively, just so you guys know. I'm really sucking right now, but that's why this dungeon is taking me like 75 years to do. Agreed. The world building stuff is why we stick around. I mean, for me, 100%. You know, I've made a whole YouTube channel around lore videos, making lore videos, looking at the world. Like, I guess one of my most popular or biggest series that I have on my channel is my comparison streams. So if you guys have never checked out my channel on YouTube, I have a series of videos, of streams that I did, where I played both Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 right next to each other on the same screen. So where you see, like, you would see that my camera was like in the middle of the screen on the bottom, and then you had both games right and left and right, and I would go to the same areas of the world, and I went through and I did different regions and stuff, and I would go around and I would talk about, you know, oh, this is what this looks like now, and this is what it looked like in Guild Wars 1, right? And I'd look at the same areas and I'd go through the same areas, and that's like, to this day, like, I think most people, like, if anyone were to, like, like Chicken Noodle, right? Like my good friend Chicken Noodle, another ArenaNet partner, you know, whenever he talks about my channel, that's usually the one that he talks about. It's usually that series. So, so yeah, to me that's very important, right? Like the world building and the that type of stuff, you know, the lore and the characters and the whatever, right? Um, oh my god, I got hit by so many things. She was a silver-haired human female called Silver Platinum. I love it. Her entire motif was based around the name, and gaudy pink green was the only time I ever strayed from it. Interesting. I like it though. I have a character that's he looks like a Final Fantasy 14 paladin. And I kind of made the color scheme a little bit resembling that as well. So he looks like he's straight out of Final Fantasy 14. Which, mind you, I love Final Fantasy 14, but I hate the combat. I absolutely hate the combat in that, and I cannot, for that reason, I can never get into that game. It gets so boring, so boring. I just cannot. I'm like, this is, I don't know how anyone can find this fun at all. Morgan. Okay, do we have a thing here? There's nothing. Somewhere there has to be a secret switch. Somewhere. Somewhere. Holy crap. They're destroying us right now. That has not happened yet. Oh my god, why am I losing right now? This is just like any other group of enemies. It's way worse this time around. Okay, we got one healer down. Let's get the other ones! No, the healer! I think my favorite looking character was my very own John Generico, male human warrior. What did he look like? I mean, I like to play my warrior, my male human warrior, and I use him. Usually, I play him because I feel like he's like the recognizable character now because I use him in all my videos and stuff. So when I play him, like people recognize me. Like I've seen people come into my streams like, oh man, are you the guy that made the shorts? Because I saw your character in one of the shorts, and I'm like, yeah, that's me. I made those shorts. Because my shorts are like the videos that like so many people watch. So I wanted to just be recognizable for people like that. Gwen. And is it Jin that has the stalker? It is. Took a bit of shopping around, but eventually got him looking like a Hollywood Roman legionnaire. That's cool. I kind of like that. That's not a, because that's not a look you see all the time. I love that. Big fan of that, for sure. Ooh, okay, I see one. There was one treasure that I just saw pop up. Oh boy. Go, go, go. Get that priest. How's that priest surviving? So well. Boom. That attack does so much damage. Perfect. Oh, perfect, and I die. Had a Necro Minion Master who looked like a Guild Wars Ritualist, called her Cowardly with Sheena. Well, I love that. It's so cool. I tried to do that too. I had a and now with Ritualist actually coming into the game, you know, that would be really cool. But I had a Revenant once that I named like that too. It was like, I don't know. It was like something was a Raleigh or something like that. Yeah, I had the same thing. It's a cool concept. But now that we get Ritualists, I really hope, I really hope, I pray to the 6 gods, to the 5 gods. I forgot that we killed number 6. That we get a good, like that they change Ritualist. They really need to change it because it's not good the way that it is right now. All right, so I've killed all the enemies. I don't care if the animals are back up. I'm gonna have to get the braziers all lit now. But I really need Ritualists to be good. I really want Ritualists to be good. Because right now, the way, I mean, when I played that beta, I was like, this ain't it, Chief. Not what I want. I don't know if it's good for the game, but it's not what I want. And that's what matters, is me. This MMO that millions of people play, my opinion is the one I'm at. Bending in, you guys. We're almost there. Before the DLC, I had a thief called Miss Cantha who looked like Nika. Nika looks really stupid in Guild Wars 2. They did not do a good job with like translating her over. But yeah, I love that. I love the Guild Wars 1 callbacks and like character creation and stuff like that. It's really cool. Oh boy. I'm gonna get out of the way. Ugh, I'm getting body blocked. They did her so dirty. They really did. They really did. She does not look good at all. Oh my god. Ember died again. So the pet army is fun in games until you actually get into hardcore or not hardcore, but like harder content, I should say. She was a box art character for factions. I mean, I know. And she looked really good on that, too. And then they put her in Guild Wars 2, and I was like, oh. Why does she look so overly Asian now? She never looked Asian. Now she looks super Asian-y, like way, way more than she needed to. Alright, everyone, revive your pets. Jin, revive your pet. Me, revive your pet. Okay, so we got the key. We got the key. Oh, what is Arena Partner all about? That is a question I had for the Steam setup. So, what we're doing today, welcome, by the way, Frenzy Theory. We're playing through dungeons, or a dungeon. I've been at it for 3.5 hours, and I'm barely almost done with this one. Where are the treasures? Ooh, there's a lot of treasure here. Oh god, this is so bad. There's no healer, though. Run in! Do the thing! Everyone attack! But we're doing it with a Paragon and a group of Paragon with pets. We have all the pets. We have all the armies of the animals with us. So that's what we're doing today. But I do a lot of other things. So if you guys haven't checked out my YouTube channel, I do a lot of other things over on the YouTube channel. There's a bunch of things I do there. Not just Guild Wars 2, I do a bunch of other things. But I have a lot of Guild Wars 2 videos. I have like a bazillion shorts for Guild Wars 2. I have a lot of stuff on that YouTube content. So Twitch is just kind of like my side thing. My main thing really is YouTube, just so you guys know. If the pets are dying all the time, doesn't mean your heroes are constantly locked out of their skills. Yeah, that's exactly what that means, and it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally okay. We'll be fine. Yes, they're constantly locked out of their skills. I'm just giving myself, you know, a little handy. Oh, we got a lockpick, and there's a lock chest right here. It's meant to be. And we kept our lockpick. Heck yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I've been waiting to push a Guam on Guild Wars 1, debating on a Sin, Necro, or a Ranger. Can't wait to grind. Ooh, good choices. I've always wanted to do an Assassin. I've never really, like, whenever I made an Assassin, I level him up and then eventually delete him again. But they're all good choices. Just so you guys know, so for Halloween, I'm going to be doing some Guild Wars 1 streams of doing the Halloween content of Guild Wars 1. As well as probably some Guild Wars 2 stuff. But I have a specific character that I'm trying to like level up right now in Guild Wars 1 that I'm going to use for that. So yeah, that'll be exciting. Okay, oh, I got to go across the bridge. Okay, there's no secret switch anywhere. Okay, what I'm going to do before I move on, by the way, I just want you guys to see this cave. Look at this cave. Isn't it beautiful? Okay. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff on the YouTube channel. So I've done, like I said, I've done comparison streams on Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. I've done, oops, I actually need my friends with, I want my friends with me. Come with me, friends. Let's go, everyone. I've done comparison streams. I've done challenge runs where I level from level 1 to level 80 in Guild Wars 2 with a specific set of rules, which I'm actually in the process of figuring another, doing another challenge run right now that I stream every so often, which has been really difficult. It's been like the most difficult of all of the challenge runs because it's no armor, no skills. The only weapon I can use is my starter weapon. The only healing skill I get is my starter healing skill. No traits, no armor, no nothing. I don't get to use any of it. And yeah, it's a permadeath thing. So if I die, I reset. And it's been really difficult. So I do that. I've been doing a bunch of shorts where I translate stuff in Guild Wars 2. I've been doing some Did You Know shorts. which have been fairly popular, I want to say. So yeah, we do a lot of stuff. But today, we're just running through a dungeon with our pets, with our army of pets. Sounds like hell on earth. It's fun because it's kind of it's my way of finding a way. Oh god, I'm trying to like avoid this group right now. Of finding a way to find some difficulty in the core game, right? We just talked about this earlier. So the core game is so easy, right? Because power creep and all these things, Arena has kind of abandoned all of that content. And the thing is that, you know, I just wanted to. So where this actually stemmed from, if you guys are like people that watch Twitch or YouTube or whatever, so I follow ZFG. If you guys don't know who ZFG is, he's like a speedrunner in the Zelda. He's very big in the Zelda community, specifically Ocarina of Time. He's a well-known guy. He has like, you know, many hundreds of thousands of followers and stuff. So he's like a well-known guy. And I always love his streams. They're very chill. They're very like just hang out and just kind of, you know, whatever. Just kind of hang out and watch him do his thing. You know, they're very relaxing. See, that gate did open. I knew that was gonna open. And he you know, he does the like speed runs of like Ocarina of Time, and he does all these different things, and these different challenges. And I was like, man, there has to be a way to take that and translate it into Guild Wars 2, right? Which profession? I'm doing it on a warrior right now. On a war. Oh, there must be treasure in here. There's no treasure in here. This looks like a. Speaking of Zelda, this looks like a Zelda boss room. Like I'm about to encounter like some giant monster around the corner. But yeah, so I kind of wanted to do the same thing for Guild Wars 2. I was like, there has to be a way that you can translate this interesting challenge. A sword. It is sword, yes. It is sword, so I only get 4 skills. Because I get 1, 2, and 3, and then I get my burst skill. So that's all I get to use, and then, hey, you're back. I've been back. What do you mean, you're back? I've been here the whole time. Did my stream crash out on me or something? My stream looks good. I see that now. Yeah, I was here the whole time, Rabbit. You missed it all. There'll be ads in 5 minutes. 5 minutes are gonna be ads, just so you guys know. I can see. Okay. Is there treasure? Ooh, there's treasure everywhere. Oh, of course, it's in the flaming thing. Stupid. Stupid. Please heal me. Someone. I don't know why I did that. But yeah, so I kind of sat down and I was like, there has to be a way that you can translate the same idea of having a challenge playing through a game into Guild Wars 2. And so I started with a pacifist run. That was my very first run that I did. Ooh, I got a ruby, you guys. See, I got lucky. I got 190 gold and a ruby. So the very first run that I did was a pacifist run. And it was a warrior that I was taking through level 1 through 80 without using any attack skills. Without equipping any weapons. I unequipped the weapon, I had no attack skills, and I had to go whatever I needed to in the core game of Tyria. I think I left out crafting. I don't think I did crafting. But I was like, whatever I need to, whatever I can do, whatever I can find to do, like I need to get to level 80. And it took me actually many months to get there. Because by the time that you get to like level 50, experience from like, you know, harvesting a crop or something and getting like a heart done is like so minimal, right? There's the map completion doesn't give that much anymore and stuff. So it got very difficult at the end. But I made it. And then the second one was the I like to call it the Pokemon challenge, which I actually called it the Tamer challenge. So I took a ranger, and once again, unequipped the weapon and only had my pet do the damage. And I actually did map completion on that. I did all of Corteria and all of, I actually ended up, this was when End of Dragons came out. I went in, I did all of all of the maps of End of Dragons. I did a complete run, a complete map completion of all of this. Is there anything back here? Like, this is it? Just these 4 chests? That's kind of lame. Well, you guys get to live. Or maybe something happens if I kill them all. Well, let's just kill them all. But at least killed some Quaggan, right? That's not against terms and conditions of pacifism. All 3 of those are solid class choices. They are. They're all very solid. I don't know. I would argue like maybe Ranger is like, I don't know. I don't know about the meta game of Guild Wars 1, but I feel like Ranger doesn't get used that often. But you can do it with any class. I mean, it's really just about what you feel comfortable with. Okay, so that didn't do anything. So I'm just gonna get the heck. Oh, I have a lockpick now. I can open that. I got an idol, and I retain my thing. Yay! Okay, whatever. Ranger heroes aren't that useful, but player rangers are big. Oh yeah, because of that skill they added, right? I forgot what it's called, but that new skill that they added, is that why? Because that skill is like really, really good. Oh. Apparently I don't know how to eat. Together as one, that's the one. And dagger spam. On Ranger Assassin. There's plenty more. Yeah, you can have a pet army. Like me. Go pet army. You know, instead of go Power Rangers. Go pet army. I have my own theme song. I know, my singing voice is absolutely beautiful. You're welcome. But yeah, really just play whatever you feel comfortable with. That's what it comes down to, you know, just playing whatever class you feel comfortable with. All right, it's time for the boss, you guys. Bendy Nin. I don't remember what I need to do, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. But yeah, welcome to everyone that's here. Thank you guys for being here. Ranger is big endgame. I didn't even see that. Ranger here. Yeah, I didn't even see that. I'm sorry, Rabbit. Ranger is big endgame. Yeah, I totally forgot about that ability. Together as one. Ah, I broke it on a stupid purple. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. So I do Guild Wars 1 every so often. I play that. I do some Guild Wars 2. I also have I have a YouTube channel, so if you guys want to support me more, there's plenty of stuff. We also have a Discord server. It's not very big. We don't really talk all that much, but there is some interesting stuff that we do. We talk mostly about Guild Wars 2, but we talk about real life stuff as well. So that is, if you are on Twitch, that's in the about section. On YouTube, it's in the description. There's also, if you go on the, I don't know how many links. So I do have some links, some partner links. If you guys want to support me, there are some partner links in the about section as well on Twitch. There's a bunch of other links on the YouTube description. I have a merch store. I have my tip page. I have like all these things. So if you guys want to support it, you don't have to, but I would really appreciate it. Just want to point that out, you know. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Ooh, we got more treasure. And yeah, so right now on the channel, I'm doing a Rayman Redemption playthrough, which is like a mod of the original Rayman game, which has been super fun. So I'm doing that right now. But I'm also looking to do, like I said, I have a bunch of Guild Wars 2 shorts. I have a bunch of videos, like lore videos and theory videos, and I'm looking to do a lot more. So if you guys want to get in on that action, make sure to check that out. I will be, you know, obviously as we get closer to the release of Visions of Eternity, there's going to be a lot more talk about specifically what's going on with Castora and the Inquest. Right now I'm working on a history of the Inquest video. Look at this cavern. Pretty cool. Alright, I guess he's gonna pop up once I get here. Hello? Did he leave? Did it take too long? Was he like, I'm gonna go? Hello? Am I missing something? I don't. Is it bugged? Did I do all of this for nothing? That can't be. What the heck? What is going on? She's here with me. Does she say anything? Hello? Fendi will pay. Will he though? I don't know if he will. I don't see him anywhere. You know, the only solution, Isai, is I love that icon, by the way. That's the Path of Exile like item thing or whatever. The only way that you can truly redeem yourself is doing Guam with all three. You now have to do this. You have to get all three. Am I missing something? I'm missing something. So sounds like for melee or caster or arrow caster. You between 3 kids and yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have time for that. Yeah, who has time nowadays to do that full run? Am I stupid? Am I just missing something? I cannot have done all of this. This is for almost 3 hours, well, 2.5 hours of work. I cannot have this done for nothing. Did I really take too long? Oh my god. What? I do not want to redo this. I'm gonna have to do that in my off time. He disappeared. I don't know what happened. Let me look. Oh my god. I didn't know. Oh. It says right here, bug. On very rare occasions, Fendinin will not spawn. Unfortunately, there is no workaround. You must restart the dungeon. This happens if you have quests for other dungeons. I don't have quests. Do I have quests for other dungeons? I have the tournament. That's not a dungeon. This is the only dungeon quest I have. So that's false information on the wiki there. Yeah, so I guess it's bugged. Great. I designed my life around a good career and no responsibility, but then I got 2 dogs. Now I'm a chicken-making manservant. Unemployed freeloaders. Yeah, so, okay, well, that's that. I'm not restarting that dungeon tonight. That is not happening. So, okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was fun. Oh, great. Love it. Good old bugs. Sad. Surely they'll fix this on the 40th anniversary. Oh man. Listen, they didn't even do jack shit for the 13th of Guild Wars 2. What am I doing? Oh, I'm depositing that. My ruby. My ruby. Ruby. Oh, I can deposit. God, now I'm full again. So much storage. So, wow, 10 undead. Right, well, I'm just gonna merge all this. I don't even care.
You aren't from around here.
You aren't from around here. Get out. I don't care. Yeah. Well. That's so sad. So sad. Yeah, so the character that I want to do Halloween with is this. So this is my main. This was my very first character. This is my very first character ever. I love her. Yeah, I never deleted her. This was my main before Guild Wars 2 came out. I played her a lot, and then when Guild Wars 2 came out, I made a new character. And I've been playing him ever since. This character, she's really, really cool, actually. I made her like an assassin, like a necro assassin, and like she used all assassin spells rather than necro spells. It's actually, it was really, really fun, but I love that armor. That armor is so cool. I was gonna say, I'm like, what? Look, the game is not dead. There's people here. Yeah. But yeah, I gotta level up this character. He's like a blood mage. I'm gonna make like a blood mage with him, which I think is kind of fitting for Halloween, you know, kind of being a vampire. Oh, there's a lot of active like people just playing in general. I've seen Legit is one of them. Legit plays a ton. I see them all the time. Light is another one that I see all the time. There's another legit person. There's another legit. There's another legit. Another legit. Another one here. So legit is huge. They're like super active still. They always have people. I used to, am I still? I used to be in a guild, but then it was a guild that was for because I was playing pre-searing at the time. I was like making like new pre-searing characters all the time, and I played this monk, and I was in the guild, and I eventually kind of stopped playing pre-searing, and so now I'm here. But I have this half done character, which has like yeah, I got some blue. This hasn't been, why did I, is this a new one? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, so he has the upgraded armor, but go what? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know, but the game's only dead if you're trying to sell something like the Everlasting Tonic or maybe a mini. Settle and Guam Alliance, really like them. Have it open on my second one every time I play. I had no clue. I did not know that. Is that a thing? Oops. I do not want to open Guild Wars 2. I did not know that. Um I did not know that was a thing. Interesting. Huh. That's cool. It's very useful. Yeah, it looks like it. I love all the little tools and things that you can get. I don't like using like things like Blush HUD and stuff. Kind of again ruins immersion for me. But I like the outside sources. Like I love how well the Guild Wars wiki is maintained because I use that for all of my videos. I mean, I've made hundreds of videos now, and I can tell you that most of my videos come from, like most of the content. Oh, I got a birthday place. Most of the content comes from like the wiki. Like I pretty much take information from the wiki. Obviously, I put the work in with writing the scripts and making the videos and doing the graphics and blah blah blah, but I take pictures from the wiki, I take the information from the wiki. Like they do such a great job. So it's kind of nice to have those outside sources. Many games don't have that, right? Like many games you go in and you're just like, okay, how do I find any information about anything? If I can't look it up in the game, how do I find out about this? So, you guys can't. What? Wait, what's happening? Uh, what's going on? Am I still live? What's going on? Okay, that was really strange. I don't know why the picture didn't update. I was like playing the whole time. Okay, that was weird. If you have an integrated to give us one wiki, it's a masterpiece. Having hero and player notes and every skill is crazy useful for making. Oh yeah, for sure. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't have time to contribute to those. I just I love that they do it, and I love that they have it, but I don't have the time to sit there and write articles or update something or whatever. I really just don't. Um, in my opinion, I already contribute to the community by making my videos. So I don't know, but they do a good job. The wiki's indispensable for general use too. Anytime I go to Vanquishing, I always check if there's boss skills or needs I might like. Yeah, it helps with like, because they have like little sections where they tell you like, oh yeah, if you're missing like a couple more, enemies for this thing, then maybe check out this corner, right? There's like all these little helpful hints that they have in there. Can you please die? My good God. There's a speed clear wiki too. Interesting. I used to, you know what? It's so weird that you say that because I haven't done a speed clear in so long, but yes, I used to do speed clears with a guild like years ago. Oh my god, that just brought back this weird memory that I haven't thought about in ever. I don't think I ever thought about that. That's crazy. Yeah, I used to do speed clears with the guild. And we would go into oh my god, what is that? What is the it's in the Echo Vault. There's the what is that area called? The Twin something something area. What is that called? Like Twin Falls or something? Twin, is that what it is? Is that what it's called? I don't remember what it's called, but there's that area and we would do speed clears in there. We'd go in there and we had setups for speed clears. I don't remember why specific. We did that, and then the other one we did was the mountain factions too. The little mountain that's like in between the Echo Vault and the JC. I forgot what that area was called too. But we'd go in there and we would. Oh, hey, it smiles. Welcome as rating. Thank you. MQSC. Yes, that one. Yes, indeed. Hi, hello everyone. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're kind of at the end of my stream here, but welcome nonetheless. Oh my god, I gotta run away. Run away! What was that? Heal. Heal. Attack. Oh, kill the ringleader. But yeah, so welcome. How's it going? What did you stream at Smiles? I don't have a bot set up, unfortunately. I gotta get in on that at some point in time, so that I can like shout out people. But I never have time to like do that. Almost lost Survivor. Well, I'm not doing Survivor. There's no way I'm doing Survivor. I'm way too lazy. I don't think I'm pretty sure I died recently, didn't I? Yeah. Pretty sure I died pretty recently, so not a big deal. I don't really care for the Survivor title. But yeah, what did you guys do? Did you guys do Guild Wars 1 or what did we play? There's some World vs. World. I'm probably playing Guild Wars 1. Oh, nice. We've been kind of talking about like Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. You know, I don't think you can play one game without talking about the other. That's usually how it goes, at least, you know. So we've been talking about like everything today. You know, we've been talking about Visions of Eternity. We've been talking about tutorials. We've talked about expansions. We've talked about so many different things. World vs. World is fun though. I've been trying to. I need to do more World vs. World because I'm working on Conflux right now, and I really want a legendary ring. I don't have any legendary rings, and I want at least one. I've been unsuccessfully starting an anti-Quaggan movement. Yes. Yes, that is indeed what happened. No, we can't kill the Quaggan. They're so precious to the world of Guild Wars. I talked about theory videos. I talked about videos that I've done over the years as well. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I knew it. I knew it! I knew I was gonna die. It's okay. We're just kind of winding down. Yeah, I did. So what I did earlier. Oh my god, they put me right in somewhere else. Great, love it. I don't even know where I am. Oh, way over here. Where would they teleport me all the way over here? So what I'm doing on the channel right now. Oh, you made Complex a couple weeks ago? Oh, I'm so jealous. I want that. I do want it. Rip Survivor. Yeah, I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm gonna cry if I do that. No, but well, hello. I got some friends here. So what I've been doing on the channel for the live stream for the Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1 live streams is I've been doing different. I've been playing through the whole game with like an animal by my side. Okay, and I did prophecies, I did factions, I did Nightfall, I did Eye of the North. So right now we're in Eye of the North and we're going through. We have a Paragon, we have a group of Paragon, and we have 6 animals with us, and we're kind of just using the army of the animals, and we're going through and we're doing that. Now the thing is that I went through. We're done doing all the dungeons. We're doing them in order, and I went through the shards of ore, and I got a bug at the very end. After 3 hours of going through this dungeon, I got a bug. The boss didn't spawn, and that happened about 10 minutes ago. And yeah, so I got mad, and I was like, "Cool. I'm gonna not redo this now. I'm gonna redo that at some other point." And so I left, and here we are. Paragon Petway, very nice. Yeah, pretty much. It's been fun. We talked at length about titties and their effect on immersion. Also accurate. Also accurate. Very true. That can happen, unfortunately. Yeah, it was, I was like, great. We went through all of that. It's a brutal bug, literally the worst one in the game. He took it like a champ. Yeah, I mean, stuff happens, you know, no big deal. It's, you know, to me, I don't know. I like hanging out and having a good time. I don't care. You know, obviously I'm probably not going to stream playing through that dungeon again, so I'm probably going to do that in my off time. Just so I have it done in the thing and we can move on with our lives, and next time we can do something else, but yeah, it is what it is. No big deal. And no big deal. There's worse things. But yeah, we did talk about like Ion and like how it just looks like a generic Korean MMO, and how it's all about titties and ass. And yeah, we had a big discussion about that, which is always fun. And way early on, way before most of the people that are in chat right now, we actually, does the imp friend summon count as a pet? I don't know. Does it? I don't know. Do you count as a pet? I don't know. He doesn't do what I tell him to, so I don't know. So way early on. Oh God, what did we talk about way early on? I was gonna say something, I forgot. What did we talk about way early on? Before anyone got here? Oh, way early on we were talking about theories. Like a big theory that I have. I'm working on a theory video right now. So for those of you that don't know, I have a YouTube channel where most of my stuff is for Guild Wars 2 related stuff. But I have a big theory video that I'm working on right now, which spans a lot of different parts of Guild Wars. So I'm working on that right now, which is always fun. And I kind of give a little bit of a preview of what I'm going to be talking about. I didn't want to give it away, because giving it away means that people aren't going to watch the video, and I want people to watch the video. I need people to watch my video. It's because the spawn point was in Flame Jet, and since it happens when no one is around to render a second phase, he just doesn't spawn. Oh. It's probably because I took forever. I took a very long time, because every time I had to say something, I took a break. I was like standing there for like 10 minutes talking. So, that's probably my fault. Oh God. Firestorm. Yeah, you did. I've heard of tricks to get it to work, but very unsuccessful. Yeah, I don't know. I saw on the wiki that it's like, and there's no workaround. And I was like, all right, cool, we're done here. I was like, I guess I'm moving on with my life. They get there and it just happens. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, that's okay. We'll do other dungeons. We'll go through other dungeons at some point. That's fine. I just didn't want to start another dungeon because it's already super late. And I was like, if I do another dungeon, it'll be another 3 hours of me running around and doing the thing. And I didn't really want to do that, so. Oh, that's just Squirrel over there. But yeah, it is what it is, so nonetheless. It's fine. But yeah, I'm getting ready right now for Visions of Eternity on my Guild Wars 2 account. Just trying to get the materials set up. My inventory is all sorted out. My bank sorted out. Just kind of that stuff is what I'm doing right now. I'm blaming Zom for clearing it with 8 accounts. All his fault. Who's Zom? And why does he have 8 accounts that he's doing this with? Was he like, are you saying like clearing it with 8 accounts meaning like he's playing 8 accounts at the same time? Because that sounds like a nightmare. I was talking about how I've my own challenges that I make for Guild Wars 2. He has 8 Guild Wars 1 instances open. Oh Jesus. That is too much. I can't do all that. I can do Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 next to each other. I've done that, but I cannot do 8. He plays solo with a full party. He's fun. I'm just giving him shit. That's interesting. That's cool though. It's a cool idea. I like that. But it's too much. I can't even handle like 2. All right. So it's too many things. I can barely hit the 8 skills that I have now. So you can open the chest 8 times. I mean, that's smart, right? Like that's a smart way to do it. But yeah, I don't think that I could do that. I like blaming Zom too. Good guy. I love it. That's awesome. I like people that play the game, like that play games in a unique way, right? Like with Guild Wars 2, I've really tried so much to come up with a different, and I think I've really found a way of really challenging myself with playing the core game of Guild Wars 2. And specifically, I wanted to find a way that anyone could do it, right? So the way that I found to play it now, the challenge run that I'm doing right now, is also very, very it's very unique, and it's very difficult, and but it's fun, you know. It's very fun. So it's kind of nice. Oh, we talked about freezing gust for a little bit because I'm just looking at the note that I wrote down. We talked about freezing gust in Guild Wars 2 for a little bit, which is the worst skill arguably. Oh my god, I had a huge lag spike there. I don't know where this leader is. Oh no, I gotta kill the ringleaders. Got it. Okay, so 3 remaining. I'm probably just gonna do that quest and head out, but because obviously I don't know. I hadn't planned for the failure of my dungeon thing. It's down here. I don't know. Well, I see a bandit fire starter. Is there a leader down there? I only see a. I learned programming from the leaning bridges out from under players in Dark Forces 2, and now it's a cushy career. Never doubt gamers. I mean, it's nice, right? Like, it's if you can turn something like that, a skill like that, into a job that you enjoy, that you make good money with, that's always good. The thing is, I don't know. I've tried different career paths, and I'm kind of stuck in the one that I'm in right now, and I hate the one that I'm in right now, but it is what it is. So it's not really a career either, but yeah. Oh, there's a ringleader right there. Like, obviously, you know, I've been working on this like streaming career or whatever for like 7 years now, and I like feel like I haven't gotten anywhere, which is fine. You know, it's okay. It's not a big deal, but it's like that's kind of how all of my endeavors have been going. So I just kind of have to take what I can get. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Symbol of Wrath. Yo. Oh god. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to. Wrong button, and I was body blocked. Silly me. Look at all of this stuff. Look at all this stuff. I've also been wanting to do like collaborations with other people, but I don't know. I just Dune? Who's Dune? Is Smiles Dune? Who's Dune? I've been wanting to do collaborations for a few years now too, and there was a couple of people I wanted to do collaborations with, but none of them really worked out. So doing family shows all the time ago with 2 streams. Oh, well, hello there. Hello. DMs are. If you ever want to learn Guild Wars 1 stuff, my DMs are always open. In what sense learn Guild Wars 1 stuff? Like, learn how to properly play because I'm awful at it? God knows I need all the help I can get. I'm really bad at this game. It's fun. I've been playing it for a long time now, but I'm really bad at it. I'm bad at Guild Wars 2 too, but I play that more for the fluff anyways. For the immersion. Bear pelt. Do I need a bear pelt? I don't even need a bear pelt. But it's very nice. More of the end game. I mean, I do need help, so maybe at some point I'll take you up on that offer. But I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind. Very kind. Like Underworld. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. For as long as I've played Guild Wars 1, I've never been able to. I've never done an Underworld run. I've never completed one. I've tried it, but I've died like halfway through all of them. Tries over your stream is good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I've been playing Guild Wars 1 since I was 5, and I still suck at it. Right? I mean, I don't, you know, you guys see it. I don't take it too hard. I'm just like, I'm not very good at it. It's all about having fun. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. That's what video games are. Some people take it too serious. Too serious. As long as you're having a good time. But yeah, I might take you up on that offer at some point in time because I really want to do Underworld at some point in time. Never finished an Underworld run. I know everyone's like gasping at the same time. He's never done the Underworld. Nope, I've never seen Doom in Guild Wars 1. Personally, I mean, I've seen his model. I've seen videos of him. But yeah, it's all about having a good time. Having a good time. And yeah, if you guys are interested, I will be playing through Visions of Eternity. The way that I usually do those streams in particular is that for however many maps get added, so for these last 3 expansions now, or this coming expansions, the last 2 has been 2. Before that, I actually, for End of Dragons, I actually took 5 days because I did 4 days for all the maps and then like 1 day for each map. And then the last day was to do some extra stuff and do like the end of the Dragon's End meta and stuff. But yeah, so anyways, I take 1 day per map, and I play through the story of that map. And then before we move on to the next map, I usually take I take the time to do map completion and talk about the lore and maybe some, you know, talk to some characters and stuff like that. And then I go through on the second day and I play the second map and the story, finish it all the way up. And then while we're doing map completion, I kind of talk about how I feel about the story, like where it's going, you know, what my theories are and stuff like that. So I usually do that for any of the for the expansion releases and stuff like that. So we kind of hang out and have a good time. But yeah, I also want to do some more co-op streams. So just so you guys know, my sister is a streamer as well. She does other things. She's on TikTok. But we've been doing some co-op streams. We did one last week, the week before that, where we played A Link to the Past online. So we played together through one of the old goodies. And so we want to do more of those. I mean, not particularly that, but we want to do more co-op streams. So get her to play Guild Wars 1. I don't know. So my sister, it took her a very long time to even try Guild Wars 2. And she now PvPs in Guild Wars 2, which my sister was never. That's the very first game that she's ever played PvP in, okay? But I don't think that this is the game for her. I don't think, my sister likes to go more into the action, and I don't know, maybe I could get her to at least try it out, maybe. Doom scything people in Commandant and to ban their accounts is the best Guild Wars 1 feature. I have witnessed that one time. I've witnessed that one time, and that was before I even knew what that was. And I was like, wow, what is happening here? And then I looked it up immediately, and I found out what it was. And I was like, oh my god, I just witnessed that. It was many years ago now. But yeah, I did see that at some point in time. Oh god. Oh god. Now we have Grawl involved. This is bad. I'm gonna take care of these guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ryara. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead. Why are you attacking me? Attack that stupid fire emb. Oh my god, now I got these freaking fuckers over there. Why are you tagging me? I didn't mean to target him with that. But yeah, I could get her to maybe play Guild Wars 1. I don't know. Maybe she'd be into that. Maybe at least try it out, you know, and see what she thinks. I could see her playing like a warrior or something. She right now she mains a revenant in Guild Wars 2 actually. So, which is very again, very impressive. Like I never thought my sister would play a game like that ever. So, but maybe we'll do that together. We'll do a stream together playing Guild Wars 1. We could like level characters. And the thing is, she could even do the trial. You didn't even have to like buy the game because the trial is like what, 10 hours or something like that. So she could definitely like try it out for 10 hours, like make an account, trial it for 10 hours. You know, and we could stream that. So Assassin maybe then. The 2 pips of region on warrior is painful. I guess it is, right? But yeah, I don't know. I would probably just try the core game with her. But Factions is really good. I do have a second account. She could probably use my second. I do have a second like Guild Wars account that I don't ever play. So I could probably get that going. So maybe we'll do that at some point. I don't know. I haven't coordinated with her. I had a conversation with her today. Because, so just so you guys know, we used to do co-op streams. You can't see it, but behind me is a couch. And we used to do co-op streams on that couch together. Now the problem was we would sit on the couch and I would have to do this. And the thing is, the issue that I had with it was the amount of setup that it took. Because I would have to set up the cameras and the microphone and the computer and the game and the whatever and blah blah. It would be about 2 hours every time we did a co-op stream. And they were fun, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to sit there for 2 hours and set something up. So we recently went through in this room and I redid the whole room to the point where there was now my second computer is now set up over here for her to use for gaming. So we have it now much easier. The only problem we're running into is microphone issues. So I'm still trying to figure that out, how to get that, so that we don't, like, we're having voice issues because everyone can hear me on her stream and then, like, it's an echo. And so, I don't know, we've been trying to figure that out. Prophecy is a bit long in the tooth after Factions and Nightfall streamlined the early game. It is, but I also like to think that because it is slower on that, right, that it might be easier for a newcomer to get into because it doesn't throw you immediately onto level 20 content, but it drags you along and slowly increases the party number from 2 to 4 to 6 to 8, right? Like, it doesn't do the huge immediate jump where, like, oh, tutorial is done. All right, you're level 20, you're good. There's another ringleader somewhere that I'm missing. I'm going the wrong way. There are no heroes in prophecies. Well, that's okay. She'll get the full experience of what it feels like to play through the game. Well, the thing is, I would be helping her. So I would play some kind of healer in the group. Like, I would probably play a monk or something to kind of heal in the group. And you know, it's fine. I mean, I think I used to play a healer, a monk actually, back in the day with my old guild. And I was pretty decent at it, so I think I'll be able. If she's going to experience Guild Wars, she needs to rage at Alasia, like a true player. I mean, yeah. Well, I would. The thing is, I would be replacing our healer. I would be the healer. I mean, we would probably take a second healer once we get to like 6 people in the group. You know, depending on how good she is. I don't know how good of a Guild Wars 1 player. It really depends on how good she's gonna get at it. You know, but it'd be fun to see her go through and play that game. So maybe I'll get her to play it sometime. Be like, hey, I have my trial account, and we can go through and we can play the game, and you can see how the first game was, and not play Revenant. She'll be so. I can tell you guys right now, she'll be so upset that Revenant didn't exist in Guild Wars 1. She knows nothing about the lore. She doesn't realize that like the Revenant is like, you know, a creation that happened like in Guild Wars, like during Guild Wars 2's time. She's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna play my Revenant. I want to see what it looks like in Guild Wars 1. I'll be like, there's no Revenant in Guild Wars 1. She'd be like, well, fuck that. I know her. Like, she's gonna be so pissed off when I tell her. Because she loves her Revenant. She loves her Revenant very much. She's been trying to play like Elementalist, but she dies too fast. She's like, Elementalist is way too squishy for me. Because my sister is very gung-ho. Like, she likes to just like run in there and just like, you know, it's like, I'm just gonna. She always tells me about her PvP matches, and it's so funny because when you hear someone that that doesn't no, like she's not a gamer really. Like she has played video games in the past, and she likes playing like things like Mario Kart and Tekken, and you know, any Mario games really, Mario Party and stuff. Like we play stuff together. She's had multiple consoles, but she's never been like a true gamer where she sits down and she learns the lingo and she does all that stuff, you know. So it's so funny when I hear her talk about like playing PvP. And like she goes in there and she's like, "Oh, mesmers, fuck mesmers, I fucking hate them. They're so annoying. Every time, it's like, oh yeah, and it just blasts me with all these illusions, and it's just so, it cracks me up every time. I was like, oh my god, it's so funny. Get her the blindfold on assassin, and she won't know the difference. Yeah, the blindfold that you can get from Eye of the North. Well, there you go. She won't know the difference. She doesn't have a blindfold on her Revenant. She has a Sylvari Revenant. A female Sylvari Revenant is her main character. I'm dying again. Can I lure them? Okay, there you go. So now we can... Firestorm above me, probably? No? Okay. Necro or Guardian might work for her if the playstyle hasn't changed too much less. Guardian? Guardian doesn't exist in Guild Wars 1. Oh, you mean in Guild Wars 2? But she's fine with Revenant in Guild Wars 2. She's fine with the she loves a Revenant, so definitely she's gonna always stick with that. You mean to counter Mesmers is what you're saying? Or are you just saying like as an alternative to play? Alright, I'm not doing all that. But yeah, so I don't know, that might be interesting. That might be, we've been trying to figure out what to do for like co-op streams and stuff. Like I said, the only thing that is kind of annoying is the audio issues. So I'm gonna try to do, we've been talking about doing headsets instead, which might be nicer because we sit so close to each other. So when I have like my microphone here, it picks, and her microphone over here, it picks me up. But we also can't put it in the middle because of the way that the computers are situated. So it's just kind of a big mess, and which, you know, is whatever. It's not a big deal, but yeah. So we're gonna figure that out. So we're gonna do some probably some co-op streams with that, and then we're gonna be doing probably like Mario Kart and that type of stuff. We do want if we're time with Guild Wars 2, Ellie left her wanting something with a bit more survivability. I think she's tried like all kinds of, I think she's gone through and like kind of played all, like tried all the different classes, but like I think she kind of stuck with like Revenant. She wanted to do, I think she liked the idea of Elementalist because she's a witch, so she likes the idea of like using all the elements and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, definitely like Necro would work for her as well. I think that's a very easy survivable class for sure. So but yeah, I don't know, we'll have to see what she's gonna be wanting to do. So we'll be doing that. I might stream some more this week. I don't know yet. Like I said, I'm trying to work on these scripts, and I'm also doing the Rayman Redemption playthrough right now. So trying to do both of those playthrough or these those projects right now. And then Guild Wars 2, depending on if there's a blog post on Wednesday, I will be doing a video on Wednesday. I don't know, I think they were going to be talking about like strikes and raids this week or something. I'm not sure. That's what it's looking like to me from what I can gather. So you'll probably see a video where I kind of talk about it. I'm not a big strikes or rate person ever, really. So I don't know how much my opinion is going to be valued or even valuable in general. But yeah, I'm still going to make a video on it, and then I'll have a stream on Friday. But like I said, I'm trying to do right now, the video that I'm trying to get out sometime this week is a history of the inquest video that I'm working on, and then I have the theory video that I talked about earlier that I'm working on, which I don't know when I'm going to get that done. And then yeah, and after that we'll have to kind of see, because we're getting close to the release of Visions of Eternity. It's less than a month away, and yeah, I want to get ready for that. So she'd get to learn where the funny Revenant voices originally came from if she did play Guild Wars 1. Then I think about it. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's a good point, right? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool to kind of be like, hey, Jalis, like the dwarf guy, yeah, here he is in the Shivery Peak Mountains. Or like Glint, because she likes Harold. I'm like, yeah, Glint that you channel, yeah, right here, prophecies, boom, in the desert, you get to meet Glint. You get to see her. You get to see Oreen's mom, hang out with her. That's kind of a cool idea. Yeah, so we'll probably do that. I think that's a good idea. I haven't thought about that, but that's actually a really good idea that you guys gave me there. We'll see how receptive she is of that. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I really appreciate all you guys that were hanging out. Ward Against Kids, sorry Sheena. It Smiles, thank you for the raid and thank you for hanging out. There's so many other people that I don't even remember all the names. I'm so sorry. One thing that all of you people that are new will realize is that I have a terrible memory, terrible short-term memory, and names specifically do not stick. So if I do not know your name, or if I don't recognize who you are, do not take that personal. It's just my brain, okay? So, oh, of course, next time we kill Quaggan, though. I will, next time, if you come in and you remind me, I will make sure I'll kill at least one Quaggan. It'll probably be an Ice Brood Quaggan, but, because I can't kill the regular ones. But I'll kill specifically a Quaggan for you. An Ice Brood Quaggan. I'll make sure of that. I'll make sure I'll go into Guild Wars 2 on stream, even if I'm streaming Guild Wars 1, and I'll kill a Quaggan for you. Like, we don't have any, like, real life Quaggans that are not taken over that are evil. There's no evil Quaggans. There's some that you can do in, like, events and stuff, but those are not, they don't die. But yeah, so I will, if I'm back, it'll be either tomorrow or Wednesday. I'll be back, if I am back. So you guys, again, make sure to subscribe to the channel on YouTube, follow on Twitch, Discord server does have a notification as well. So if you guys want to just join just for the notification, because they'll notify you anytime I post a video or I go live, which doesn't happen that often, but it happens a few times a week probably, that thing goes off, whether I post a short or a video or playthrough video or I go live or whatever, right? So that is the sure way to keep up with that. And yeah, I will see you guys then. So